3rd. I am Mayor Beverly Burks, and this is the special call meeting for City Council. At this time, I will do roll call. Vice Mayor Iyasu. Vice Mayor Iyasu. Councilman Carroll.
Here.
Councilman Hassan.
Present.
Councilwoman Hopkins. Councilwoman Johnson. Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Perkins.
Here.
We have 4 for quorum. The other council members probably will join shortly. We will proceed with the meeting. We have new business, which is a presentation and public hearing to take comment on the proposed 2021 millage rate. Mr. Gomez, would you proceed with the presentation?
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Again, this is our second public hearing, second presentation and public hearing to take comment, to review, discuss, and take comment on
Mr.
the.
Gomez, Mr. Gomez, is something wrong with your audio? It's like you have background noise. If you want to try again.
Is that better?
No, it's kind of choppy. It's very choppy. If you want to try it again, or if you're trying to call in.
Yeah, let me try to call.
It's still very choppy. So I don't know if you need to call in on the phone. It's like it's an echo. Okay, there's Vice Mayor Yasu.
I'm here as well, Mayor.
Okay.
I am too, Madam Mayor.
Thank you all. I love to make sure everyone is in attendance when we talk about this wonderful subject. So we'll make sure Mr. Gomez has his audio adjusted for the presentation. You want to try it again, Mr. Gomez?
Is this better?
Yes, much better. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Okay, to start this item, the purpose of this special call meeting is the second presentation and public hearing to review, discuss, and have the opportunity for the public to comment on the proposed 2021 advertised millage rate. Every year we are required by Georgia code to adopt a millage rate or a property tax rate. This year, we received our property tax valuations on May the 25th, which was at our last work session, where we discussed setting a millage rate that we would advertise. At the June council meeting, the council agreed to advertise a millage rate of 15.89 mils, which is the same millage rate as the previous 5 years. Again, the purpose of this meeting is to take the commentary and determine at the next meeting, the next city council meeting held on Tuesday, June the 29th, for what that millage rate will be. There is a presentation, and again, that's what we are here tonight. The second public hearing, and again, the third and final will be next Tuesday, June the 29th at the city council meeting that begins at 7 p.m. A couple of definitions to begin to help folks understand the process for setting a millage rate and how that and the property tax rate that property owners should have already received a proposed appraised value of their property. That's the total estimated value of all the land and any buildings on it. And that is determined by the county tax assessor's office. Again, to reiterate, the city of Clarkston and no other city, most other cities do not make those valuations. Those are done by the DeKalb County tax assessor's office. The assessed value is what is subject to property taxes, and that assessed value is 40% of the appraised value. In addition to the assessed and appraised values that impact how much somebody will pay in property taxes, there are various exemptions that lower that appraised value, that assessed value even further. So it depends on the type of exemptions that a property owner applied for and would receive. The tax digest that I've mentioned, that is the total value of the property in a given area. For us, it's the corporate city limits of the city of Clarkston. And again, we receive that tax digest total valuation listed as an individual property given at 40% of the total appraised value. The mill or the millage rate, what exactly is a mill? Well, it's as I mentioned earlier, a property tax levy. And to simplify it, a mill or 1 mill is $1 for every $1,000 of taxable property value. So if this millage rate is 10 mills or 10.0, then the property owner would owe $10 for every $1,000 of assessed value of the house. The rollback millage rate or the rollback rate is the tax rate that would raise the same amount of money in the current year as in the prior year if applied to the current tax digest. Again, all the total value of the city this year, that rollback rate, if we utilize that on the current value of all property in Clarkston, that would generate the same amount of property tax revenue as in the prior year. So what has happened here in Clarkston over the last 10 years, our gross digest or the tax digest, all of it has increased by, as you can see on the screen, it decreased in the first few years in the 2010s and then increased in the last 7 years. We have seen an increase this most recent year from 2020 to 2021. I apologize for the typo. That percentage increase was 14.4% instead of the 13.9%. But as you can see, we've had some sizable increases over the past few years. Again, we lost 30% between 2010 and 2030, but have rebounded and increased over 250% since 2014. From 2020 to 2021, you can see the increases in the residential and the commercial values. Residential nearly 20% and commercial just under 14%. As I had stated at the work session, the meeting, our proposal was to utilize the rollback millage rate, which is the one on the screen in green, 14.557 mills, which would be a reduction in the city's the millage rate from the prior year by 1.33 mills or 8.4%. The value of 1 mill is just over $252,000. So for the current year, if we were to adopt this slide shows the adopted budget that the council approved back in December of 2020 with the approval of the current year budget, the fiscal year 2021 budget. The revenue from the real property taxes, public utility, personal property, and motor vehicles, those are the 4 revenues subject to the millage rate calculation. The adopted budget was $3,770,384. With the tax digest that we received for this year, at the same millage rate, we would receive just over $4 million, or a approximately $237,000 increase. If we reduce the millage rate by 1 mil to 14.89, we would receive, again, what's listed on the screen, just over 3.75 million. And if we went all the way back to the rollback rate, we would receive approximately 3,671,214. If we reduce the millage rate to 15.00, then our property tax rate would be just over 3.8 million. So those are essentially what we have to determine what the millage rate would be this year. And this screen just shows the history of the city's millage rate. Again, we increased the millage rate in 2012, 2014, and then reduced it in 15 and 16. And since 2016, it's been the same. And again, from our prior meetings, we had listed a proposed, if we use the rollback rate, to 14.557. These are the millage rates of the other cities here in DeKalb County. We know of a couple of them, what they've proposed, a few decreases, some staying the same, but again, they're in the same process that we are to determine what those millage rates would be. And again, they differ based on certainly mainly the appraised values of their land and buildings. And in many of these cities, they tend to be much higher than in Clarkston. Only in a few are they about the same or a little bit lower than Clarkston. And this slide just shows the increase in the net digest, the tax digest for all the DeKalb cities that we all received last month. So what this means for the taxpayers, how the taxes are computed. Again, if we utilize the rollback millage rate, if a property was appraised at 75,000, they would pay taxes on 40. They would pay taxes on 40% of the appraised value, which is the assessed value of 30,000, which is the taxable value. And then if we were to roll back the millage rate, that's the property tax that they would pay. Here's a calculation if the millage rate stayed the same for a house appraised at 100,000, but assessed at 40,000. And the next slide showing if we a house at 150,000, again at the rollback millage rate of 14.557. So whatever your appraised value, multiply that by 40%, and then divide that assessed value by 1,000 and multiply it by the tax rate or the millage rate. And that provides you your city taxes. Keep in mind that your property tax bill also includes taxes levied by DeKalb County. They levy 5 different taxes on the bill, and then the school district. And again, the amount that a property pays is also determined. There may be changes based on exemptions that the property owner would have applied and received. So that is the presentation. And then also the last couple of slides, this slide on the presentation reflects, make it a little bigger, the rollback millage rate calculation for the current year. So it shows what the tax digest was in 2020, the just 220.5 million, and then the increase all the way in the column to the right under 2021 digest. It lists the digest for the current year, and then it again shows the millage rates. But in the middle of this sheet, toward the bottom, it shows the calculation, again, the rollback rate that would be required to raise the same revenue this year as last year, utilizing the increase in the tax digest. And that rollback millage rate is 14.557. If the council were to adopt the 15.89, then in effect, it would be a 9.16% tax increase. And again, there are two sides to the amount, to how the amount of property taxes that a property owner pays. One is what I discussed already, the appraised and assessed value. And then the other part is the tax rate or the millage rate that a government levies. Again, so this just shows that if the council decided to keep the millage rate at 15.89, then as I stated a moment ago, it would reflect a 9.16% increase over the rollback millage rate. And lastly, the last couple of sheets just show the calculations, a little bit more of the details for the tax digest by the category residential, commercial, industrial, motor vehicle. And it shows what the revenue would be. This spreadsheet is if we remained at the 15.89 mils. And then the second sheet is if we went back to the rollback rate to the 14.557 mils. So I'd be happy to answer any questions at this time.
We'll open it up for the public hearing. Did we have anyone sign up to make comments?
A few people stated they would raise their hand if they had any comments. Nobody specifically signed up to speak on this.
And from the public, do we have anyone who wants to make a comment during the public hearing portion?
That's your card, right? That's your card, right?
Yes, Miss, I see Kitty's, who, is that Kitty's phone? I'm trying to figure out who said that.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. I did not mean to speak.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. Is there anyone else who wanted to speak at this time? And we will have another meeting about this subject next Tuesday. Okay, I'll say it 2 more times. Anyone wants to make a comment? Anyone else wants to make a comment at this time? Hearing none, we will close the public hearing portion and will allow the council to make any comments at this time. So again, thank you, Mr. Gomez, for providing this information. And this is our second meeting. We met earlier today at 10. And so with that, we did discuss the consideration of the amount. So I think Councilman Hassan said he would like to do 15. I mentioned doing 14.89, and I think our vice mayor said 14.5 or less. So at this time, again, council, did you have any other comments?
Yes, I have.
Thank you, Councilman Hassan. What would you like to say?
I still stand on 15.
Thank you for standing.
Councilman Hassan, this is Councilman Carroll, sir. I wasn't there for the 10:30 meeting. Can you kind of explain more of your thinking as to why you think it should be 15?
The reason is based on the calculations on the rollback rate, it is about $100,000 short of the budget, plus the appeals that we don't know how much they're going to be at. So at 15, we at least covered the adapted budget and expect whatever the the appeals will come out.
And Mr. Gomez, would you allow everyone to know how much we had in terms of appeals last year?
So last year, approximately 60 or so appeals that we were made aware of. And so it essentially resulted in the city receiving about $300,000 less in revenue from the millage, from the property tax. And again, that increased from the prior year. The prior year we had about 40. Most of those are comprised by, the majority of that dollar amount that I mentioned, the nearly 300,000, comes from apartment complexes that appealed their valuation, essentially their appraised value increase. We've had properties that increased anywhere from single digits to all the way up to over 40% in their appraised value. So clearly every taxpayer has the ability to appeal that increase. And if they do appeal by the due date of July 1, then their property tax is essentially left at what the value was the prior year. So if there was a 20% increase, that 20% increase essentially goes away until the appeal is resolved. And occasionally those appeals do take months to be resolved. Therefore, we receive less revenue. And then if normally the appeals are in favor of the property of the taxpayer, so they end up paying less than what the tax digest would be. So it just translates into less revenue for us. And we don't know who will appeal. We don't know how the county, the process, the group that makes that determination, what they will do. We know that in the last 2 years, they have been essentially siding with property owners and reassessing their property at a lower value. So it just translates into less revenue for us. And again, it's not just common to us, it's happening throughout the county, likely throughout the Atlanta area. However, I will say that we may be among some of the higher ones simply because our properties were valued fairly low in comparison to the metro area, even in DeKalb County. And it's almost as if the county is now trying to catch up. And I believe, as most everyone in Clarkston is aware, there has been some significant investment in Clarkston, particularly in housing, in both multifamily and also single family, although most of those projects are still ongoing. Only a few are complete, and only very, very few are on this year's tax digest. That will eventually, that is a reason for the increase in valuation, again, just compared to the market around us.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. Council, did you have any other comments?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Vice Mayor Yasu.
thank you. I think, I just want to reiterate what I said in the morning as well. I understand that there is going to be assessment, reevaluations, obviously, and we've had 60 last year, and it hasn't impacted us. And if we look at the increment of, even though we have kept the 15.89 rate for the last 6 years, the tax value has increased probably, close to, or at least over 50%. Until if we look at the value of the properties throughout the last 6 years, I'm not sure if Mr. Gomez can can show us the increment from 2016 to now. So if we look at so it will be still, thank you. If we don't reduce the millage rate, at least to the rollback rate, we still gonna increase tax for our residents, which means I think thank you. And so if we look at from 147 million, it went to now 252 million, which is pretty much over 50, I'm pretty sure 50% increment. And if we continue keeping at least the same rate or even 15.00, that's going to be an increase in terms of taxes for our residents. So we either going to have to stick with our rollback rate, or we should reduce it actually more, even more than. But since our staff and our city manager asked us to keep it at 14. I'm not sure about it, 5.7, I think. I would rather stick with the rollback rate.
Okay, thank you, Vice Mayor Yasu. Any other comments from the council?
Yes.
Yes, but Councilman Hassan.
Yeah, to make it clear, this is from Mr. Gomez. Could you please bring the next meeting that every year, how much was the actual budget and how much was actually, the millage brought it in? So what was the, discrepancies short or over? Because for the years I've been here, we have never taken a budget that is showing less than, a millage rate that show, even the rollback that we did it, it was always over the budget by number. I mean, I don't know, a certain amount to cover the appeals. So it would be wise, the public to see that what we've been doing for the last, 4 or 5 years, every year, how much was we actually budgeted and how much we actually receive it.
Yeah, Councilman, on the screen in this spreadsheet is for fiscal, let me highlight it. So toward the middle right of the screen, on the right side, the last row says 2020 actual rev. If you go on that row all the way to the right, that's the total revenue that we received in 2020. The first number, the 2,897,000. Again, this is for the 4 revenues that I identified: the real property tax, public utility property, personal property, and then motor vehicle tax. And you can see it's the 2020 budget was about 3.5 million. And then the 2021 budget is listed here, about 3.770 budget. So that information is here for 2020 and 2021, but we will provide you for 18 and 19. In 2019 is when the appeals really began. And the reason is because from 2018 to 2019, there was a significant increase in property values. The Clarkston tax digest grew significantly that year. It was on the 10-year history. You can see that from 2018 to 2019 was a huge increase, about 25%. So in 2019 is when people started appealing, because all of a sudden you had, for example, townhomes that had been the appraised value at 40,000, and all of a sudden some of them were as high as 75,000. So nearly double what they were paying in taxes from one year to the next. These numbers on this spreadsheet are for the entire city in aggregate, but it's still showing a very large increase. So those increases have continued. But again, back to your question, at least this spreadsheet shows what the actual was. And again, the total revenue, the budgeted revenue for 2020 was just over 3.5 million. I'll show that in a spreadsheet, but so we were a little bit under, and again, mainly due to those appeals.
How much under?
Mr. Gomez, I think.
Sorry, about $200,000 less.
How did we cover it for that?
How did we recover it?
How did we cover it?
Just from other revenues, other taxes and fees received, such as from building permits, from the insurance premium tax, from the electric franchise fees. That's how we essentially covered our 2020 budget, that our revenues equaled our expenditures.
So are you confident that we can still cover, any shortfall comes in?
At the rollback millage rate, yes. And that was the basis for the recommendation that we could go to the rollback millage rate because of the increase in the digest. So yes, we feel confident that we can. There is a little bit of a risk, but certainly, really we're comfortable all the way to that 14.557. But certainly, any amount between that and 15 would be certainly very workable. It just gives us a little bit more room if we have a significantly larger number of appeals that, again, we just don't know what those will be.
Based on the market and unemployment and all that stuff, I expect that be able to appeal more than what they did last year. So that's why I'm
Yeah,
trying
it's
to cover at least the actual budget and take a chance for whatever the appeal is going to be.
sure. No, that seems perfectly reasonable.
Thank you, Ms.
Mr.
Gomez.
Gomez. And thank you, Councilman Hassan. Council, did any other council member have a comment?
I have a question.
Carol, go ahead.
Yes, Councilman, we'll do Councilwoman Hopkins and then Councilman Carroll.
Probably for Mr. Gomez, if a lot of the apartments in the bigger complexes appealed last year, would some of that, would they appeal again? Would they bring the value back up again and go through the same process a year later? Or would it be like we knocked a bunch of them out last year, so they probably will not again this year?
We don't know. I can tell you that they probably will appeal. It just depends how much their value increased. And we don't have that data, whether they increased or not. We're inferring that they did somewhat because commercial property increased overall. So, but we just don't know that until we're able to view individual bills or individual assessments, excuse me.
Okay, because my concern is anything above the rollback rate is a dollar for dollar increase to our residents. I did speak to someone this morning that said her tax bill is $700 more than it was last year. So that comes out to just under $60 a month, which is a lot to some of our people. So I mean, obviously, I don't think any of us are even considering keeping the millage rate the same as where it was, because that would just be a big tax boon to us for no apparent reason, because people's property values are going up. But we don't want to cripple them with taxes, because any additional of the rollback rate that the city gets is taxes above what our residents had to pay last year. So, I mean, I think we need to be very mindful of that. I certainly would not want to go as high as 15 at all. I'm kind of torn between going to the rollback rate or the 14.89, to be honest. And that's just because there may be a lot of appeals. Our house prices have gone through the roof, and I think a lot of homeowners might be appealing right now.
Thank you, Councilwoman Hopkins. Councilman Carroll.
I was just going to say that for the people that appealed last year, they get a freeze for 3 years. So it's very unlikely that they would reappeal after getting the freeze set. What would probably happen is they stay with their freeze for 3 years, and after that they reappeal. And then the other thing I would say is that I would agree with Councilwoman Hopkins. I think discussion probably should be about 14.89 versus 14.55, because I think 14.89 would still give us enough of a cushion to, even if there were a large number of appeals, we would be okay. But 14.55, I mean, the other thing to take into consideration is all the developments that are not in time to be in the tax rolls will still be in time to pay utility fees, to have to pay insurance fees and things like that. So we will get additional revenue from those developments this year, even if we don't get them on the property tax rolls. So I do think that that revenue does give us some cushion beyond what we would have in a normal year.
Thank you. Any other council member wanted to make a comment? Okay. I'll say it one more time.
I just want to
We
thank.
can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Councilwoman Hopkins.
I just want to thank Councilmember Carroll for that, because that's kind of what I was looking for. If there's a 3-year freeze on those, and it was primarily the apartment complexes, because 80% of Clarkston real estate is rental, if they've got a 3-year freeze on increases on their values, then we will probably not get hit like that again this year. And so most of the people doing the appeals this year would be individual homeowners, and that's going to be a smaller percentage. And those are the people that I'd be most concerned about.
Okay, thank you all. If no other discussion, we will close this portion of the meeting out, and that will call for an adjournment by the city council. So I'm looking for that motion.
Motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
I second that, Madam Mayor.
Okay, it's been properly moved and second that we adjourn the call meeting. All in favor say aye.
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 Nay, motion passed. And now we will move into our work session. And you see before you the agenda. Let me make sure to read the following information in terms of resident comment policy. Any member of the public may address questions. Yes.
I have a question, Madam Mayor, because I did see that on the information about the meetings, there are 2 different Zoom meetings. So is everybody going to be in this meeting? Because I really am concerned that some people might have a different information. Mr. Gomez, do we have the same Zoom information for both meetings for 7
There's
p.m.
only
and
one.
6:30 p.m.?
There's only one meeting that was advertised and only one Zoom access. So it was all done as one, not 2.
The only other meeting was for this morning, and
This
that had a
morning,
different
correct.
call. Okay, now that we got that squared away, any member of the public may address questions or comments to the council referencing only agenda items after the mayor and council have had the opportunity to discuss the agenda item. Each attendee will be allowed 3 minutes for comments. We will now move into section F, which will be presentations and administrative business, new business. We'll have item 1, F1, which is a presentation regarding the zoning rewrite. And that should be Ms. Cowie and Mr. Gomez.
Yes, and this is kind of an interim presentation on our zoning ordinance, rewrite zoning ordinance review. And we have with us Lauren. Lauren, I think you can begin with Pond.
Okay, thank you, Robin. So I assume you'll advance the slides.
Sure.
Okay, cool, thank you. Well, thank you all for having me here tonight. Again, my name is Lauren Blazik. I'm with Pond and Company. We are the lead firm on the zoning ordinance update for the city. This is what we're going to talk about. I'm going to keep this pretty brief. It looks like a lot, but I promise it's not. I know y'all have plenty of other business to discuss, so this shouldn't take very long, but we're just going to give you guys an overview at this point of where we are so far. You can go ahead, Robin. So I did want to go ahead, even though I'm the only one here on the call tonight, I wanted to acknowledge that we have Sycamore Consulting on our team. Ed Cadell is with us, and he's been a huge help on the community engagement side. And so I just wanted to give Sycamore some credit for all their help and their partnership so far, as well as Shawana and Mr. Gomez. Shawana Kawi and Mr. Gomez have been great. We're having bi-weekly meetings and making sure that we're staying on track and on schedule. So just wanted to review the project goals. We want to address inconsistencies in the current zoning ordinance. The last ordinance update was back in 2012. So that is 9 years ago now. And through lots of amendments over time, there can be inconsistencies or incorrect references, things of that nature. So we want to make sure that we catch all of those as we go through our review. We also want to make sure that your zoning regulations align with the community of vision identified in the last comprehensive plan update, as well as the one that y'all are undergoing right now with the Atlanta Regional Commission. We're working closely with Rachel Will at ARC and her team. We had a joint meeting to talk about the zoning rewrite as well as a comprehensive plan update back in May. So we're working very closely. If any changes come out of that plan this time, we want to make sure that if it's appropriate, we can implement any zoning changes that might be needed. We also want to make sure that the zoning ordinance is more user-friendly. Right now, it's a lot of text, and plans and zoning ordinances are going more towards having more graphics and incorporating graphics, and that makes it a little bit easier for people to interpret if they can look at a drawing or a diagram about what a setback is or how building height looks, versus just reading a lot of text. So that can help with the interpretation. So we certainly want to make sure that we add a lot of graphics and illustrations and tables. And then finally, just identify and address other common topics of concern. So far we have had one technical advisory committee meeting that was back in mid-April. Robin and Shawana helped us with identifying the members of that committee, and it's a wide range of people representing a lot of different groups and stakeholders, the Planning and Zoning Board, as well as the Historic Preservation Commission, other city staff. So it really does represent a wide variety of people from the community as well as the city. We've done interviews with mayor and council. There was, I think most of you, we were able to interview. I think there was a couple that did not respond, but if you are interested in doing an interview, please follow Mr. Gomez or Ms. Kawi, and we will certainly be glad to do an interview now. We've got a project website via Social Pinpoint. Social Pinpoint is a platform that we use. It's very interactive. You can do traditional online surveys as well as use an interactive mapping tool. And that is all still open and available. And I'll share that website as well as a QR code to get there really quickly at the end of this presentation. And as I mentioned earlier, we had a joint virtual community meeting with the comprehensive plan update back on May 19th. So that's where we are in terms of community outreach so far. So the top 3 issues that we've heard about, and this was again at the community, the virtual community meeting, a polling tool called Pigeonhole Live, and people were able to use their smartphones or tablets or web browser to respond. And we asked, what are the top 3 issues? And we did give them choices, to be clear. But the top 3 items that rose to the top were, again, implementing Clarkston's vision from the comprehensive plan update, encouraging multimodal mobility and connectivity. So how can we incorporate regulations for sidewalks, for trails, to make the community more connected, and then incorporating tables, graphics, and illustrations. So those were all important priorities for the community. And then in terms of getting a little bit more specific, the top 4 concerns: protecting established and historic neighborhoods, allowing a variety of housing for all incomes, encouraging downtown revitalization, and then sort of echoing what the previous slide, citywide walkability and pedestrian safety. And we did at the end of the presentation, we asked people, what is your favorite thing about Clarkston? And through Pigeonhole Live, people were able to give their brief responses, and it created this word cloud. And I just wanted to share this because I thought it was really cool just to see what everybody thinks. So obviously, and the fact that the diversity of cultures is the biggest one means that people put that in, and then other people were able to vote for that. You know, welcoming small town, Refuge Coffee got a shout out. Again, welcoming diversity, that neighborhood spirit, caring organizations. So I thought this was really fantastic, and I just wanted to share that with you all, so you can see what those meeting attendees, all the positive things and the favorite things about Clarkston. So our next steps, we have planned a 2-day in-person community open house at the Women's Club. That will be held on Tuesday, July 13th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. And then on Wednesday, July 14th from 5 to 7 p.m. So we wanted to make sure that we were offering times that would work for people who may be home during the day, or they're working from home during the day. And, you know, giving them an opportunity if they can't come in the evening. And then we also have that evening time frame. So, and this is going to be in person at the Women's Club. We'll ask some of the similar questions that we've already asked, but the idea is to get input and hopefully engage and be a little bit more out in the community to engage with folks. We'll have our second TAC meeting on August 10th at 6 p.m. That will also be in person at the community center. And then we're looking to get a draft diagnostic report, which will present our kind of initial analysis of the existing zoning ordinance and some of the early recommendations or changes that we think need to be made. We'll have that to the city staff for review in mid-August. And then in terms of the project schedule, I just wanted to mention that, you know, sometimes these processes can take a while, But we do plan to have this done by May of next year, if not sooner. If we can accelerate the timeline, we certainly will. But as we go through this process, there's going to be a lot of back and forth with city staff and the TAC committee. So just wanted to make that clear. So we'll be wrapping up, hopefully by this time next year, we'll have this all adopted and wrapped up. So this is our project website. We have a bit.ly address set up that you can see. That's pretty easy to type in, or if you've got your phone or tablet handy, you can see that QR code. I believe that at least the council members, as well as the public, can access the agenda packet online. So you can certainly go there and access that website. So, anybody have any questions?
The presentation. Council, did you have any comments or questions at this time? I know that many in our refugee and immigrant communities, we're trying to make sure that we get a diversity in terms of their opinions. So I want to make sure we really continue to push that so that we have that diversity in the discussions on the changes in terms of the rewrite.
Sure. And also want to mention that the website, and I understand sometimes translation is not always fantastic, but one of the nice things about using the social pinpoint platform to set up these websites is that it will automatically translate into any language that is set on the user's device, as well as it has the Google Translate icon at the top of the homepage, so it will translate. So again, I realize sometimes things maybe are not translated perfectly, but we do have that tool. And then we have also had discussions about, if we need to get some translators at that community open house. We are going to have a discussion about that as well tomorrow. We have our bi-weekly project management team meeting, so we're going to discuss that further. Or if we need to have surveys translated, paper surveys that people can fill out. So we are very aware, and we're going to work on that. So thank you.
Great. And are you going to also give examples of the graphics that you're proposing so that people can see that at the meeting? Okay.
Yes, actually at the community meeting, we had some examples of how those could look. So we can certainly include those in the display materials. Absolutely.
Council, did you have any other comments at this time?
Madam Mayor, I have a question.
Okay, so I'll let Councilman, I'll let you go first because you spoke first, Councilman Perkins, and then Councilman Carroll.
All right, just a photo finish there. Yeah, thanks for the presentation, Lauren. I did have a couple questions, as Mayor Burks brought up. Just the question of representation, and especially since it's listed as one of our biggest values, just in the feedback we got. Do you have any data on the final? I think we had some live data coming in. I listened into that call, but on the final, just sort of the demographic breakdown of people who attended that virtual public meeting.
I do, and I think we did ask those questions, and I think they popped up on the screen. But yeah, I'd be happy to share that. So that's why we asked the question, is we want to make sure that, and we are aware that there were there was not great representation and diversity on that call. So we are certainly working on that, and that's part of the reason why we want to have this open house. And we are open to ideas on other ways to reach those populations. So
okay.
On it.
Yeah, so a follow-up question to that. I think in the original proposal back in January, y'all had mentioned working with local community-based organizations and partnerships. So just wondering how that has gone, or kind of who y'all have already reached out to. Because I'm more than happy to help promote the open house or other things as well. But
yeah, and I will. And I remember that came up during our interview with you, Mark. So I think I will plan on reaching out to you tomorrow, if that's okay. And
sure.
There is a gentleman on our technical advisory committee who also has good relationships. I'm sorry, I cannot remember the organization, but but we're going to work with him as well on how we can better reach those communities. And we
Okay.
have another member of the TAC committee who's I keep saying TAC committee, the Technical Advisory Committee group, who is very interested in making sure that we connect with those folks. So, but I'll reach out tomorrow if that's okay, Councilman Perkins.
Sure. Yeah. And have they been have you guys reached out to them already, or you had any issues with people responding? And the reason I'm asking is that with Google Translate, we've used that in a couple of applications before, and unfortunately, especially if you get into anything, you know,
technical,
really remotely technical. I mean, it could be, you know, a sandwich. You know, you
sure.
can get some really interesting results, and you know, specifically when you get into, you know, something like zoning, or you know, you get any kind of jargon, you can get some really interesting results there. So most of what we found in the community work that I've done is it does take a little bit of a real intentional kind of a personal relationship to kind of move things forward. So so I'm just wondering, have y'all been able to get that moving in any way, or is it pretty much the virtual public hearing that the main avenue at this point?
That was the main avenue. Yeah, that was the main avenue right now. But again, part of the goal of doing the in-person was to hopefully encourage folks from those communities to come out in person. I don't know if that'll make a difference, but I think if we can, you know, get the word out over the next few weeks that is happening, and if we need to translate things and whatnot, and reach out to some more of those community stakeholders, you know, we're happy to do that. So.
Okay. And then final question, do y'all have a, you know, sort of think of the idea of a representative sample size? Do you guys have any kind of metrics that you use to say, you know what, hey, this is representative enough, or how do y'all measure representation moving forward?
I have to admit, we don't. I mean, I don't know that we have any sort of metrics on that, but I think just making sure that we, you know, and we make sure that we do our best, I guess, to reach out to those communities and try to get someone, even if it's just one representative, you know, that can sort of speak for the group. Is kind of, and I think too, making sure that we get good quality input from those groups. So even if it's just a few people from a particular group, you know, if we get good quality input, I think that's why we like to use Social Pinpoint, because it helps us to really gather that input in that virtual environment. But yeah. We don't have any specific metrics, but I think the main thing is let's just identify and make sure that we can engage someone from those communities as much as we can.
Oh yeah, if you could follow up with me tomorrow, that'd be great. We can see if there's ways I can help you guys with that. So
awesome.
Appreciate it.
Councilman Carroll.
Hey, yes, I'd love to be on the call too as well to follow up, because I was at the May 19th meeting, and I think there was a lot of good quality feedback there.
It was, yes.
At the same time, I think it was 73% white, and like I believe it's about 80% homeowner, which, as we all know, is not representative of Clarkston's demographics. So I think there was good feedback, and there were a lot of good ideas heard at that meeting. But at the same time, I think, you know, I agree with Councilman Perkins that we can probably still work on outreaching more to the, you know, some of the different diverse groups within Clarkston. And the other question I had is, I understand the website can be translated, but some people have told me they try to type it into it in different languages and have not been able to do so. Even though the website is translated in their language, they can't input their language script into the answers. I didn't know if that's true or not. But
yeah, let me look into that actually tomorrow, Councilman Carroll. I'll check into that and see. I may need to reach out to the Social Pinpoint folks and ask about that question, but I'll check that out tomorrow for sure.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Vice Mayor Yasu.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to say thank you so much again for the presentation as well. And if you need me for another interview, I'm always up. I've already done one, but I just want a quick question on on your diversity of your technical support. Did you say technical analysis committee or?
Yes, it's the technical advisory committee.
Yes, Technical Advisory Committee. So how diverse is that committee? Is that your staff, or is that City of Clarkston residents?
Oh, it's it's strictly people from the city of Clarkston. And we have reached out to, we've been reaching out to some people with the assistance of someone on our, of a member of that committee to try to reach more rental communities. Unfortunately, we haven't gotten any response that I'm aware of, but we can certainly circle back on that and try again, or see if we can find some other contacts.
This is Robin. Just to clarify, Lauren, that's not a city staff or city employee. That's a resident led.
Sorry, yes. Right, yes. Uh-huh.
Thank you.
So if that's resident led, how were they selected, and how diverse is that committee, please, if you could tell me?
Well, we worked with Shawana, and I think some of the folks had served on the last comprehensive plan update, if I'm not mistaken. But they helped, Shawana and Mr. Gomez helped us come up with that committee. And I'd be happy to share the list offline of the members. Actually, Ms. Kawi could even share that to see the names on there.
Thank you. Any other questions from the council?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Cowie.
Yes, I just wanted to reiterate what Lauren had said about our diverse technical advisory committee. We did send out notices before the technical advisory committee was established to get feedback from council if they had any suggestions or recommendations for participants on our committee. And we were getting towards where the meeting and the process was beginning to start. So we just reached out to organizations that we were already familiar with and their diversity in their organizations, and asked them to have volunteers or participants that would like to serve on our committee.
Thank you for that information. Council, did you have any other comments? Hearing none, Mr. Gomez, did we have anyone signed up for this item?
Nobody specifically for this item.
Okay, outstanding. And I don't see anyone else wanting to discuss this item. Ms. Cowie, did you want to say something?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Hearing none, we will close this agenda item and move on to F2, which is the presentation for the city website redesign. Mr. Gomez. And I don't think
so. As the council is aware, there was a request to take a look at our city website, specifically for a redesign, a restructure, so to say. And the city, we issued a request for proposals a little more than a month ago. We received 28 responses to that RFP. City staff, the committee comprised of 4 city staff members, myself, Ms. Cowie, the city clerk, Ms. Ashby, and our finance director, Mr. Duffnall, reviewed the 28 proposals. We discussed those proposals and then narrowed it down to the top 3. We have requested the top 3, they're just listed alphabetically: Civic, Engage, Muni Code, and VC3, to give a brief presentation and then question and answer any questions from the council, and then to help us make a determination as to which one we would select to begin the process of redesigning our website. All 3 are very highly qualified. They're very familiar with municipal websites. All 3 have designed and or redesigned sites for governments here in Georgia and throughout the US. Any one of them would do a fantastic job. And there is a slight difference in the cost for the 3, but it is our desire to listen to all 3 of them and then have the discussion and input from the council, and then decide which direction to how to proceed. So we will proceed the present, and listed here is the timeline on the screen for the RFP, when it was issued, when we received the responses, the review, and then our recommendation, and then the council to approve an agreement with the firm that we would select. We are looking to begin this next month and have a website up certainly by January of 2022 to have a live website. Also, I included in the agenda item the criteria that we use to evaluate the responses, and again, really basing our scoring on their experience and qualifications, their technical approach and scope of the project, their ability to provide a very high quality product, and certainly their customer service, not just throughout the implementation of a redesign, but also going forward, and then how the public would view the site, and then certainly somewhat important, but not the most important, is the cost and what it would cost us to have a redesigned website. So we'll begin, again, they're just listed in alphabetical order, but the first one is Civic Plus, and I believe we have Mr. Pugh is on the line.
Hello, I'm John Pugh. So thank you very much, Mr. Gomez. So you're going to run the slides, so this will be awesome. Thank you for allowing me to present. I believe I have 5 minutes. So my name's John Pugh. I cover Georgia for Civic Plus. So this is my introduction to Civic Plus. If you want to go to the next slide. So we have 4,000 local government clients across the US and Canada. We've been in business for 20 plus years. We only deal with city and county. That's our focus. We'll run into the next slide. So our platform, what this wheel is showing at the top left, we call our website platform or redesign Civic Engage. But we know you guys cut like 17 different checks to 17 different vendors. So we can grow as you guys grow. So and these are extra, but I bring them up because we view this as a partnership. We have a higher level of agendas and minutes called Civic Clerk. We have a Parks and Rec platform called Civic Rec. C-Click Fix is like a reported pothole platform. You guys are using a company called CIVOPS.net. Civic Ready is an emergency, and Civic HR is a HR platform. So we'll move on to the next slide. But within Civic Plus, our website platform, this wheel is showing you work in modules. So all these are modules. You get all these for free. It's basically like buying a car that comes fully loaded. So within those, we will train you on how to use everything. So they work in sync with each other, integrate, very easy to work with and show on the website. So we'll keep on going to the next slide. So more about Civic Plus. So we're the #1 provider of government websites, 50 plus local government Georgia clients. I said dedicated to local government. We make government work better is our mission statement. So we're here to help you out. I know you guys wear a lot of hats, and your website committee is probably saying, I don't want another project, but if you can handle a little bit of homework, we'll make it a real easy process. So we'll move on to the next slide. Some questions came up. So how does Civic Plus handle online billing? If you keep scrolling through, I talked to Mr. Gomez. He said you guys are using, I believe, Tyler. So it can be as easy as we're going to mirror exactly what you're doing right now. Click a button, iframe, go here to pay this. We have communities that have 8 different vendors that they pay with. We can sync that all up, or we can include what we call CP Pay, and that's just from the city of Clarkston to your payment gateway. Will be that bridge. So move on to the next slide. These are a couple of our partners that we use for our platform, but it sounds like you're using Tyler, but we can still have a conversation about that. Move on to the next slide. There were a question about our designs. The answer is we give you a customizable website where we will help capture your vision. So we'll move on to the next slide. This is just some examples that are around you. This is Marietta, Georgia's design, navigation, functionality. Remember, these are customized websites, kind of beauties in the eye of the beholder. So we'll do whatever you guys want, make your buttons and go over your navigation. We have a 2-click mentality. So you'll find information in 2 clicks. We'll bring you up to that piece with design and navigation. We'll move on to the next one. Is just another example. Augusta, Georgia. If you ever look at this website, the pictures scroll in the background. You're going to be able to change all your pictures. There's a language button, which is important for your community. There's graphic buttons that you can't really see it right here unless you scroll on that site, but there's service-oriented buttons. What this slide is showing, we build everything mobile first. So it's going to look awesome on a mobile phone. But you're going to get, when you sign up with Civic Plus, it's about a 6-month project to go live. You get assigned a project manager that'll do all the heavy lifting. And these are all pieces that is in your scope of work, all the way down to training, make sure you're satisfied, customer service at the end. Move on to the next slide. Customer support. We have top-notch customer service. You can communicate with Civic Plus on the admin side of the website 4 ways. You can call us on the phone. You can email us. You can chat. In seconds, you can get an answer back to help. Or our client success manager handles Georgia clients, and you can talk to him or her. You can set up schedules every quarter and go over your analytics. Good stuff like that. We've won awards for our service, so we're there for you after the sale. That's a huge selling point of Civic Plus. And why we're top notch in the business with that. So this last slide, a couple slides, but really this is just some clients around you. So with that, I'm trying to adhere. Mr. Gomez, thank you. Any questions?
Council, did you have any questions for Mr. Pugh?
I have a question.
Yes, Councilwoman Hopkins.
Do you know what is your retention rate among city governments?
98%.
Okay.
98%.
Thank you.
Yep. Good question.
Any other questions from the council?
I have a question, Madam Mayor.
Councilman Perkins.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. I reviewed some of the websites that you guys worked on earlier this week, and I think that the competition is stiff on this one for everybody. I did have a couple questions on third-party integrations, and it sounds like just in the presentation, a lot of what the recommendation is to go with existing partners, but have you guys, how much have y'all done in terms of integrating with services like, YouTube or other apps that people may have downloaded or use on a day-to-day basis?
So a great question. Integration, right? If we can clarify it, right? Integration, we have social media pieces there. We can integrate with Facebook, Twitter, all Nextdoor, anything you want. We can iframe it on the website. It will be part of project management, Mark. Integration, we can click a button and you can go to a landing page and then maybe click another button and go to Tyler, right? Or Parks and Rec could go to a landing page, click another button and go to a third party, sign up for facilities. When you're talking integration, we're not necessarily pulling information, from a third party to Civic Plus, right? But making it smooth transition to your residents, it depends on how you want that to look, and we'll help you do it. We've been doing it for 20 years. We're good at it. You want to get there and sign up within a couple clicks, right?
Sure. So it sounds like most of the integrations that you do third party would be through you mentioned iframe versus like using an API or creating sort of a backend handoff with things, correct?
Right. It's more like a link out or iframe. So we're not our system's not pushing and pulling information and sharing through those APIs, if that makes sense.
Okay. Sure. I think connected with that too, just in terms of, you were present for the presentation on zoning, and one of the things that we're working on with our zoning is, sort of implementing graphics, in terms of how users will interact with our zoning reform. That's something that I worked on in the nonprofit sector as well locally, is trying to make things very visual. So technology and sort of English as a second language are two of the barriers for our whole community that we run into in terms of communication. And so I'm interested to hear a little bit about how you plan on addressing those two. And don't worry, I'll ask the same questions to the other presenters as well, but I'm interested in hearing how you guys would work to sort of bridge that gap and address user sort of I guess from a user interface and accessibility standpoint.
One would be, obviously, so our language selector is included, right? You can put that on your site and it'll instantly turn the site over to another language. So everything that is built with Civic Plus, in a click of a button, will switch to another language, which is very important, right? Where you stick that language button up top, make it scroll. When you're going out, now, if you're going to, if you're using GIS mapping, right, you can, if we're iframing that in, hitting that 100% mark might be challenging, right? Because if you go to a third party, then all of a sudden, the language selector or that piece is lost, right? So unless that third party has another language piece, there's not a one-for-one transition to that. But
sure.
You'll be assigned a project manager, so you can bring a lot of those terms, or hardships up. Like, how would we challenge, Savannah is one of our largest accounts. They just redesigned their website. They went to a mobile-friendly website, different look. 60% of their people are looking at their website via phone. So if you pull that up on a desktop, it looks different, right? It looks like there's a lot of boxes. You pull it up on a phone, it looks awesome. So we can help you get there. Your challenges in our 20 years are what other people have done, and our project managers can help you out, kind of, hey, how do we get here? How do we talk to these communities? How do we integrate? But that's a quick answer to your question.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. And one quick clarification, and then I will hold any of my other questions and allow others to jump in here. But just so you mentioned sort of the third party piece, and if you're linking to another website, have you all done anything with using webhooks, so passing translation information on to to another site, or is that sort of outside the scope of what you would be working with?
That's outside of the scope. That is a roadmap. There's platforms that Civic Plus is developing right now that is a higher level of a website with what you're talking about. It's a higher price tag. It's, there's consulting, customization worked into those, but that's the future, right? Because you're pushing and pulling information back from third parties that'll share information with you. And that's what our larger clients are asking for right now too. So.
No further questions at this time. Thank you, Mr. Pugh.
Thank you, Councilman Perkins. Any other questions from the council? Yes, Councilwoman Hopkins.
I'm wondering, so far as making updates on a day-to-day basis, is it set where you can do, like, for a calendar? Because we've got, 6 standing advisory committees plus planning and zoning plus council and city activities. Can they be entered with like uploading a spreadsheet, or would they have to be entered piece by piece? What is it?
So the back end of our website, there's training included for your staff. If you can cut and paste and drag and drop, you can work with our system. So you're not doing any coding or HTML. You can jump into coding in HTML, but it's a drag and drop, cut and paste system. We have our own calendar, Laura, so you'd be working into our calendar. There are some websites that are using like a Google Calendar, and that's fine. You could use that. Every department will have their own calendar. So as soon as they make changes, it's instantly going to go on everyone's calendar. If your main website has a calendar that shows 10 departments, any updates is going to transition to that main calendar, or, and back and forth. So all our systems, we've built it so it all talks together to each other. It's not parted out or we buy different pieces. It's all a homegrown system.
But you couldn't do like a mass upload? No? Just
No, no,
spreadsheet? Okay.
no. And it's ADA and follows WCAG 2.0 A and AA and all that kind of stuff. And then there's pieces in there that you know, we're checking your font, colors, all that stuff, alt tags on pictures, on everything you're doing and uploading too. So to keep you highly compliant. Good question.
Great. Council, did you have any other questions? Hearing none, we'll go to the next presentation, and if the community signed up for anything, we'll wait to the end for that. Mr. Gomez, with the next presentation, please.
Yes, up next with Muni Code, we have Mr. Chris Rogers.
Great. Well, good evening, everybody, and thanks for having me. You know, for anybody that's familiar with Muni Code, and we've been around a long time, right? You know that websites isn't the only thing that we do. We're really, you know, not just a website company, but really more of one of the oldest and largest municipal service providers in the country. And we celebrated our 70th birthday this past year. And we really like to just say that, you know, we understand the day in and day out, the processes that you face, the challenges, you know, really how a local government works and how we came about, if you'll continue, Mr. Gomez, really how we came about with the website design service is through working with well over 4,000 local governments in some way, shape, or form over our 70 years. You know, and connecting somewhere around 2/3 of the country to their local government, whether it be city, county, village, parish, you know, Native American tribe, you name it. We've kind of seen all the different perspectives, and our customers came to us and said, we love what you do on the code side. The service is exceptional. You know, once we started moving into the internet age, if you will, our online code library became a very popular and early adopter of the internet. And our customers came to us and said, you know, what can you do to help us on the website side? What can you help to do or help us do on the agenda management side of things? So that's kind of where we came up with the circle of governance concept. And we decided if we were going to move in these directions that we wanted to do it in a way that made a lot of sense for our customers, just like you all who, again, are our customers on our codification services. So, you know, making sure we can integrate these different pieces together. So for example, as you search the website, it'll cross-search the online code of ordinances. And it sounds like an upcoming, you know, redo of the zoning ordinances will be available right through that search integration as well. And several of our other platforms and services there. So that's just a little bit of a high level of Muni Code and kind of where we're coming from there. In terms of website design, we've really had a lot of success over the last few years, if you'll continue, Mr. Gomez. And you know, it comes down to a balance of what a local government website needs to be. Obviously, ADA compliance was brought up. We conformed to the latest, which is 2.1 AA. We just got our hands on the proposed updated draft for WCAG 3.0 AA that we'll be seeing probably in the next coming years. And you know, the ease of use from both sides, right? Not just for your citizens, but also for your staff, and making sure that the website is, you know, the content's architected in a way that makes sense for you as an organization, and it mirrors you at that organizational level. So that's someone that knows, you know, the city there is going to understand how to use the website. And really kind of the balance of all of those things and our three main goals here, which is create obviously a stunning design, but also make it as easy for both your staff as well as your citizens to use the website. That really important balance is what leads us to a lot of our award-winning websites over the last handful of years. And when it comes to our custom design process, we're really not just going to work off a few different options and kind of decide which one you like the best and fit your logo and colors and so forth into it. We start with a blank sheet of paper, and we want to talk to you first of all about what are your goals, right? Are we promoting a tourist strong area, such as you see the design there for Brunswick? You know, are we really pushing a kind of a community informational hub like we did there with with Decatur? You know, Cartersville wanted a nice simple design similar to Brookhaven. So we just want to understand what are your goals? What are we really trying to accomplish with these web designs so that we can start on the right foot, and we can go back and forth with, you know, from scratch designs and multiple iterations and explore different avenues and really boil it down and hit a home run for you when it comes to how the website kind of looks and feels and operates. In terms of features, we really offer a very comprehensive set of features that covers really all of the needs of our customers. And the very last one on that bullet point there says custom feature development. We're building in an open source environment called Drupal that gives us a lot of flexibility where if you have a need or you have an integration piece that you'd like to see done, we can really start to scope that out with you and explore and say, what are we trying to do, and have a good conversation about it. And whether that's stitching together with some other third-party integration that we want to do something a little bit more robust, potentially with APIs, or whether it's just, as we talked about, the simple link out and embedded integrations, we have a lot of flexibility there. So moving forward, again, some of the things we just talked about that really differentiate us are that ADA compliance. That's just something we have to do, and it's not just websites. It's agenda management. It's our codification services. All of that has to meet that high level of criteria. So it's really just kind of ingrained in our day-to-day life. And really the bottom one there as well, customer service. We maintain greater than 99% of our client base. We do redesigns for folks a lot more often than we have folks go out and look for other vendors. So, we really would love to make you a member of the MuniCode web family and add that to your list of services that you already have with us on the codification side of things. In terms of an approach and timeline, I think it syncs up really well with what your goals are. Our custom design approach tends to be about a 7 month process. So hitting that January 1 target, which will be, one of those first things your project manager is going to ask you is, what is our goals in terms of timeline? And then they're going to say, here's what we need to do to meet them, right? It's not just, hey, that sounds like a good goal, let's continue. We want to really set in place some hard deliverables from both sides, right? To make sure that we're able to keep the project on track from both directions. So at any rate, that's a quick overview of our website services. So I'll open it up for any questions or comments that I can address for you.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. And council, did you have any additional questions for MuniCode? Okay. I don't hear any additional comments or questions. Or was that Councilman Perkins? Yes, thank you, Councilman Perkins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Mr. Rogers, appreciate the presentation. So if you could go into, you sort of mentioned Google integration and some of these other things. I just posed the same questions that I posed to Mr. Pugh to you. And so, one is sort of the accessibility, point again. Can you give me some examples of how you've solved accessibility issues, in particular as it relates to, I'm blanking on to ESL, the ESL community, and also to folks who might have a little bit of a challenge navigating technology. So,
sure.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so accessibility is kind of a moving target, right? And it's also kind of a multifaceted level of responsibility. So, the structure, the mechanics, kind of how our website platform or CMS operates, we guarantee that's going to be accessible to, again, today 2.1 AA, looking forward probably 3.0 in the next year or two. And anytime we make those updates to features or the way the code's written on the website, we make that available to our existing customers to make sure that as those, leaps happen, that we're not leaving our customers behind there. So in terms of when we're setting the website up, we have an ADA specialist on our team that's going to go through and not just run it through the automated checkers, right, and make sure that we're not missing any alternate tags on images or those sorts of things. But he also does a lot of manual testing himself in terms of the way someone who's sight impaired might navigate with a keyboard to make sure that it moves through in a logical fashion, kind of top left to bottom right, if you will, kind of similar to how you would read. Making sure that the menus are navigable, not just in a linear format, but also kind of up and down, side to side, right? So there's a lot more to it than just making sure that colors contrast correctly and making sure that fonts, style sizes, and colors conform. But we do make sure that we take all those steps to guarantee that, the website is compliant on day one. And then we provide you with resources and ongoing webinar education opportunities and us as a resource on our unlimited service model for any questions that you have as you're creating content, right? Because obviously what's out of the control of us with the CMS is, what are you creating? What are you attaching, right? What is that content that you're authoring looking like? And how can we assist to help you make sure that maintains the compliance as well? So very much a multifaceted conversation.
Sure. And one additional question, how do you guys approach the integration question in terms of, handout? Are you guys using iframes? Are you able to use more of an API approach to, say if we wanted to host, recordings of meetings on YouTube, since everyone usually has got the YouTube app, something that makes it more accessible, something our community uses. Is that something you guys are able to accommodate, or is that sort of outside the scope of the proposal that you submitted?
No, definitely out of the box. All the websites that we built are going to be fully integrated with YouTube. So you'll be able to embed a YouTube video from your channel into any web page or meeting page that you create. The majority of integrations with social media are kind of those push integrations where you can push updated pages, push those meetings, push those calendar events out to your various social media channels, which then allows you to bring that end user back to your website, which, as you know, is more of a safe environment than the Wild West of Facebook, if you will, right? So kind of mitigating some of those social media pitfalls is kind of how we've set that up as well. In terms of other integrations, such as payment providers, such as, public service requests, those sorts of things. Yeah, we just need to understand to what level we need to integrate, right? In some cases, that simple link out or an iframe is totally fine. If we want to look at doing some kind of API integrations, that's where we want to sit down and discuss what are we looking to do, right? What is our goal? What are we wanting to see in terms of a user experience? And then obviously we need to have the conversation with that other vendor to say, hey, are we going to play ball on this, right? Because it is very much a two-party tango in that situation. But we're absolutely happy to have those conversations. That's no problem.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions from the council? Great. And just one of the concerns is the ease of navigation. Especially we want to make sure people are able to access things such as our meetings. We've had some concerns about that in the past, knowing where the agendas were, knowing how to get to any type of licenses and things like that. How do you, in terms of your design, make sure you cover that in terms of ease of design?
Great question. So that's where that exploration of different concepts comes into play, right? Do we want to utilize some kind of a simple non-scrolling landing type page, right? That is really obvious. There's not an endless list of links, right? Not too overwhelming in terms of content promoted to the homepage. How do we want to navigate? Do we want to do it with the simple menus and key links and a large search feature? Do we want to do more of a task-based approach using tab-like, interfaces and features? So yes, Boolean search is excellent. Good point in the chat there, Brian. But yeah, that's the nice thing that we really get to leverage from building these things from nothing, is that we can go through and test those out too. And generally in our design meetings and in our design process through those multiple iterations, as many as, sometimes it's 3 or 4 designs and we're happy and we move forward. Sometimes it's 10 or 15, right? It really depends. And that's our goal. And that's what we have to do is make sure that we make you happy with the design before we can move forward with the rest of the project and make sure that it checks all those boxes in terms of, hey, is this easy enough to navigate? Hey, does this make sense for what we're trying to accomplish? So kind of the long and short of the answer is, we'll explore different navigational themes and different abilities to move into the website to hopefully promote people to take that first step, right? And hopefully then they can take the necessary steps following to get to what they're looking for.
Thank you. Council, any other questions? Hearing none. Mr. Gomez, thank you, Mr. Rogers.
Thank you.
Presentation. Mr. Gomez, our final presentation.
And the final presentation, we have a presentation from VC3, and I believe Josh is on the line. Josh?
Yeah, and actually, if you can hear me, my name is Tim McCausland. I'll be doing the presentation.
I'm sorry, Tim is on the line. My apologies.
Yeah,
I was
no problem. Right, I mean, I wish I could be Josh, but that's okay. My name is Tim McCausland. I'm the web development manager for VC3. Trying to keep within my 5 minutes, what I thought I would do is talk a little bit more about our approach versus just talking about VC3 in general. I'm hoping you're actually familiar with VC3. We currently provide all your day-to-day IT support and management, so you may already know us. But I did want to talk about, one thing that was requested was maybe even a design mock-up of of a new site. And I wanted to talk more about, how would we even approach that? And so it's really important for us to go through a proper process to understand, what the goals are for the city of Clarkston and, what are the current initiatives, and making sure we're talking to all your various stakeholders, whether this is, your residents and your internal staff and council members, and to understand, how people work, how we want the website to work with the city, to make sure we're building tools that not only make things better for residents, but also make it easier for your staff to get things done. That's what we need to get thinking more about websites as a place to do things, not just reading things, right? Or a Wikipedia of information. It's a place people need to be able to take action. So what you're seeing here, and I won't go.
Mr. Coslin, not to interrupt you, but make sure, can you project a little bit louder? Some people are having difficulty.
Sure, I apologize.
No problem.
So yeah, as you're seeing here, and I won't go through all of this, but the idea is we'll go through a strategy to survey your stakeholders, to talk to them, to interview them, using online surveys, whatever it is, we can gather enough information to understand what the goals are, both long and short term, to understand what we're going to build here. Lauren made a great comment about aligning the community vision for your zoning rewrite, but I think that works really, as a great thing to understand for your website too. So now I was going to show you a couple of examples of sites that we've designed and understand where they're coming from. So here we have the city of Boiling Springs, and understanding that they really wanted to promote the beauty of the area. That was one of their main goals. But I also wanted to point out, because Mr. Perkins, you had mentioned a few times about integrations using APIs. So just wanted to point out here, the burn permit over on the left, you can see it has a little notification there of that it's currently not permitted. That's actually a full integration where we learned that they actually let you apply for a burn permit, but it depends on the current weather conditions. So instead of having them have to filter through whether or not they could allow burn permits, we actually built an integration that goes and retrieves the current weather conditions and predicted weather conditions and wind conditions, and we automatically turn that permit on and off, depending on the current conditions. So that really eased a lot on staff, that they didn't have to always be concerned about getting submitted permits that they had to then deny, or be concerned constantly about turning that off, on and off automatically. Here with the city of Sumter, the more we learned about them, it was really important for them to project their look and feel that they are in a military town, and they really needed to, display that. And they also really wanted to promote how council is really serving the community. So you can see there, we have a section completely on serving the community and their upcoming council meetings. So we automatically draw that out of their meeting calendar, knowing when the next council meeting is, and integrating that on the homepage, and then giving them quick access to things like agendas and other boards and commissions. Here we have the city of Hendersonville. They really want to promote the services that they offer online. So we actually just went through a process of redesigning this site and with a focus on really getting people to what they want to do on the site. Don't make them just hunt through the menus to read about what they want to do, but get them taking action. I'll also mention here, and I'm going to kind of show another example here, talking about maybe other ways to, get accessibility through using things like iconography, right? Where maybe language doesn't always translate accurately. So let's use more graphics, more, larger ways to get people to navigate and not rely on paragraphs of text. And the next item here. So just another example here where the focus really was the city of Knightdale in North Carolina. They were introducing a new brand. So this whole kind of K style that they were going to be creating all new signage throughout the city. And so they really wanted to project the site to kick off that branding effort. So that really was the true focus here with their site. So what I wanted to show here, this is an example just of a water and sewer page, which I know is not very exciting, but I wanted to show how our system allows for a lot of flexibility in how you can lay out your pages and display various features. So all of this is manageable by the staff, and it's very easy, just kind of drag and drop interface, and very easy to create things like menus, contextual menus within your content. So again, getting people to things like view and pay their bill or seeing rates and fees, rather than burying that in a paragraph of text, let's bring that to the forefront. Also below that, you'll see a couple of news items where we make it very easy to just drop on a page a listing of news items that's applicable only to that section of the website. So it's tagged as it's entered to the website, and then it can be sort of pre-filtered and dropped right into a page. And so as news is being added to the site, it can automatically populate throughout the website where it's applicable. This is an example of another feature, kind of custom feature within our sites that we call our project tracker. This is a great way to inform the public of various project initiatives that are happening in the city. Very easy tool that allows the city to add milestones and then check off those milestones. And it displays them in a nice graphic timeline that you can slide through to always see the updates of what's happening with that project. You can attach documents, post project updates. It's a great transparency tool. Also, people understand, what the city's working on at that time. This is just an example of the layout of agendas and minutes, and also an integration of, you talked about like YouTube videos of these minutes, or excuse me, of these meetings. So we have this nice layout that is filterable and searchable, so people can very easily find council meeting agendas and minutes and videos, and they're all in one location. So you don't have to kind of pop through various pages to find these. And like this meeting video is fully integrated. You just click the play button and it's going to play the video right there on the page. You don't have to leave and go out to YouTube. It stays fully integrated into the website. And then lastly, I just wanted to finish up, a really important part of what we offer is what we call our long-term partnership plan. And the idea here is that when we don't want to build you a site and then it just kind of stays as it is for the next 4 years or 5 years or whatever it might be, and then you sort of feel like you have to start all over again 4 or 5 years down the road. The idea is that we're going to work with you throughout our contract, and hopefully even beyond that, where we're constantly iterating on the website, constantly meeting with you, understanding what your initiatives are at the time and how we need to reflect the website to meet those initiatives. We have unlimited support, and this is the same exact support desk that you use right now with VC3. So the processes are exactly the same. You submit tickets, they come to us, we respond immediately. That's 24/7, 365. And then we have monthly things we're going to do for you, yearly things we're going to do. And then every 4 years, we're going to redesign your site so you never get sort of stuck in a particular design that's aging out and then feeling like you're having to start over again. So thank you very much. And just let me know what questions you have.
Council, did you have any questions? Any questions? Well, okay.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Perkins.
I just wanted to let Tim know, I think you answered the questions I had previously. So, don't take my silence as not giving you a chance. But I appreciate your presentation.
Yeah, no problem. I tried to, address a lot of the things you had asked earlier. We have, especially with integrations, we wanted to mention, we have a full staff of software engineers with VC3. So we have a lot of options for integrations, and we've done all sorts of, third-party integrations where we are working with APIs to do a lot more pull integrations rather than, just sending you out. But, let's pull the information into your site, make things easier for staff and for residents rather than just pushing them out in other directions.
I do have one additional question, actually. So I may have misled you initially, but you just said something that reminded me. On the search, and maybe we could expand this to the other two presenters as well. In fairness, just briefly, is there any way to integrate keywords? Is that within the scope of what you can do? If we wanted to pull something, say, from a PDF upload of an agenda, would there be any way to integrate some search features into that with your platform, or is that outside the scope of what you'd be able to do with this project?
No, we have multiple ways we can integrate and improve search. A lot of times what we do actually, once your site has been established, we actually will integrate Google custom search into your sites. Okay. And that's where, essentially we can fully integrate using Google's technologies to search your internal site. And one huge advantage, certainly talking about PDFs, is Google will index all the content within a PDF. So that will come up in your search search queries. The other thing we allow you to do is on a page by page basis, you can modify meta tags and things like keywords. So you can, kind of try to boost performance on particular pages. And we even have other techniques for that too.
Madam Mayor, I don't know if would it be, I know we have a lot to cover. Would it be appropriate to allow the other two gentlemen to answer that question as well?
We can allow them. Thank you. I think Mr. Rogers, would you like to cover that question?
Sure. So in terms of a search engine, we actually set up our own in-house, and we did that because we wanted to be able to look into all those file attachments as well, right? So as soon as you attach a PDF or an Office file or Office type file document, whatever file type it is, the website's going to go ahead and pre-index that for searchability. So that's one of the things we guarantee you, is that it's not going to miss anything, right? So it's not going to be a web-based search engine that's really kind of engineered to look at body text and headers and menus and so forth. It's really engineered to specifically look into those documents, because as we know, on any local government website, the majority of the content really is in the form of file attachments, right? It's not always text on page. So making sure that we cover all of that, as well as cross search, as I mentioned, into our online code environment, kind of gives you access to everything through that search engine.
I know the other company who, did you want to?
Yeah, if you can hear me, I'll answer it. So the Civic Plus search is an X-ray of the whole site. It's not going to take you outside of Google. It's Google-like. We've built it. Ours is closed source. Civic Plus is not open source. So keywords, yes. SEO is huge. PDFs are searchable. It's going to search 100% of the website and never take you off. Our search is powerful. It's up in front and center on probably 25 to 30% of our websites because it's what everyone's doing with Google. So that'll help answer.
Right. Any other questions? Presentations? Mr. Gomez, did we have anyone else signed up for the presentations?
No, that's what, those are the three presentations.
Okay. Did we have any public comments?
Nobody's signed up to speak. I
I think we tried to make sure we saw some comments to address those comments. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your presentations, and then we will follow up next week in terms of the council doing their vote.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Okay. You all, and the next agenda item is F3, which is a presentation on Market Street sidewalks. Mr. Gomez.
Thank you, Mayor. And yes, this is one of the upcoming SPLOS projects that we're hoping to begin this year. This is the adding sidewalk on Market Street. Our engineering firm, Collaborative Infrastructure Services, and Mr. Kaiser will be presenting here shortly, has provided us a couple of really some options regarding sidewalk placement and the look, and but I'll let Mr. Kaiser begin. Larry?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. The most exciting presentation tonight, right here. Little biased, of course. So the goal of this project, Mayor and members of council, the goal is to minimize construction costs and minimize impact to the property owners. Whenever you're trying to retrofit a roadway with sidewalks, you're always going to have impacts. And that's just the nature of the beast. You can see that on Rowland Street as we're beginning to do some work on Rowland Street now. So with that in mind, I thought it might be good to have two options to present to council and to you, Ms. Mayor. The first option would be to construct the sidewalk on Market Street itself, just like Rowland Street. Right now, we have about 24 foot of pavement on Market Street. If we are able to reduce that to 21 feet, you're able to put in a 5-foot sidewalk with little impact to people's front yards. Even though it's within right of way, you're still impacting landscaping and everything else. And so that is option one presented to you. Of course, we're moving the curb over like we're doing on Rowland Street. If you remember, on the north side of Rowland Street, doing the same thing, moving the existing curb and moving it over. I think we're trying to present that, bring up the plan now. It's kind of hard to see this, Robin, on the big screen. So that's the first option. The second option would be to place a sidewalk in the traditional way, which is basically putting the sidewalk behind the curb. And that is an option. And so what I've done with this is look at both with one consideration. I looked at both sides of the road. The impacts to the south and west side of Market Street, both with option one and option two, are less than the impacts to the north and the west side. And so the options you see here in the plans that you have before you are only looking at sidewalks on the road or off the road on the south and west side only. So that is what's presented here today to you. So what I did was I looked at the pros and cons of both options. So option one, if you look at the sidewalk on the road itself, it is less expensive than option two. There are less impacts to property owners, landscaping and trees, less utility poles to relocate, and less temporary construction easements. So even though there's enough right-of-way out there to do either option, we would still have to obtain some amount of construction easements, temporary construction easements, for redoing, basically redoing driveways, et cetera. And option two, which we'll talk about here shortly, there are more construction easements because you're putting the equipment on the grass to build the sidewalk. With the sidewalk on the road, you basically have the equipment to build a sidewalk on the road, and you're having less impact to property owners. The cons of option one is, and again, some people view this as a positive, some people view this as negative, but the road would narrow from 24 to 21 feet. As you may recall, on Roland Street, we had less pavement to work with, so we're going to 20 feet on Roland Street. So you actually have an additional 1 foot of travel width on Market Street. Again, whether you view it as a con or a pro, it is there for consideration. Also, another con is we have to increase people's driveways to match the new edge of road. Because remember, we're narrowing the road to 21 feet and putting in a sidewalk. So we have to extend people's driveways another 5 to 6 feet. Again, we're doing some of that work on Roland. We coordinate very well with the property owners, but that could be also viewed as a con to some property owners. And of course, construction impacts. Since a lot of the work is going to be on the road during construction, there are more traffic impacts during construction. But again, the contractor is going to have traffic control, and so that's not really an issue. So option 2, the pros. The pro is some people like the more traditional way. Keep the pavement width as it is, 24 feet. Put the sidewalk behind the curb, existing granite curb. And of course, there's less impacts to traffic during construction. The con with option 2 is, again, more temporary construction easements. You're putting equipment on the grass to build a sidewalk, and you need a little bit more than that to get some of the heavy equipment in there. So there's more temporary construction easements. Of course, a con is also significant impact to people's landscaping, trees, and utility poles. And again, the con for option 2 is it's more expensive than option 1. So here are what I foresee as the next steps. So you may recall on Roland Street, we had public meetings, Ms. Mayor and members of council, back in 2017 and 18, 2 public meetings on Roland Street. And that was before the contractor was selected. So as you may recall, when we looked at the change order for Roland Street from North Indian Creek to Lovejoy, you and members of council asked that we have a presentation to residents on Roland Street in the field on site. So with this project, we're going to go ahead and have that meeting on the road with the public for those living on Market Street and the adjoining subdivisions, and present both options to them. We'll have one staff member on one side, one end of the road, and somebody else on the other end of Market Street, and have that face-to-face kind of conversation that we had on Roland, which was very successful. We need a selected date for the field meeting in sometime in July, with a backup at the Women's Club in case of inclement weather. We'll take the comments from the residents and incorporate those comments where possible in the plans, finalize the plans that you have before you now, and present to City Council any modified or corrections to the plans that you see now. Present that to City Council in July. And then also at the July session, we can talk about contracting options. There are 2 options, and I'll get into those details at the July work session. One big item I forgot to mention, the project limits for this sidewalk project. You pick up at the city annex driveway, put in ramps at the driveway. Then you have a crosswalk at the intersection of Rogers and Market Street. Cross over with a crosswalk on the west side of Market Street, go all the way down to basically to Market Crescent. You cross over with a crosswalk at Market Crescent and go to the east side of Market Street. You go all the way down to McLaren. You have a crosswalk at McLaren and Market Street to the west side of Market Street, and then you use the existing sidewalk from there all the way down to the very end. And the reason for that skip from McLaren to Market Crescent is that is the Cobb County. That is the Cobb County side of Market Street. And so that's why you have a changeover with crosswalks at those 2 locations, at Market Crescent and at McLaren, because that side of Market Street is in DeKalb County. That's the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Kaiser. Thank you. So let me make sure I'm clear. you're proposing, which side of Market Street are you saying that the sidewalks we would have the sidewalk on? So if are you saying more towards
north and
the
west?
Indian Creek? Like if you're parallel, the side with parallel towards closer to Indian Creek?
So
are you saying, yeah.
All right, so if you're at Railroad, you're coming across the railroad, going down Market Street, cross over Rogers on the right side of Market Street.
The North Indian
Everything
Creek
that's,
side.
yeah. So everything parallel.
North Indian Creek
closer
side.
to- okay. All right. Okay.
Yes. Except between McLaren and Crescent where we cross over with a crosswalk.
So McLaren
And then you have it on the east side.
But McLaren Jameson down towards the final subdivision has a sidewalk on the side parallel to or closest to Indian Creek. So are you saying that you're going to put one on the Market McLaren side closest to the subdivision? That's what I'm trying to understand. I just want to make sure.
Yeah. So when you, yeah. So it's hard to. So let me pull up the plans here. And so when you, let's come down. Let's have a little traveling tour. So you're coming down Market Street, you come to DeBell, right? You have come to DeBell. There's a crosswalk on the right side of Market Street down to DeBell. You cross over DeBell with a crosswalk, and that sidewalk stays on the North Indian Creek side of Market Street all the way down until you come to Market Crescent. Then you cross over. So Jameson is before DeBell. The sidewalk is on the Jameson side, Miss Mayor, of Market Street.
Here on the screen right now, at the top of the screen, the diagram on the left, at the very top, here's DeBell Street, where the yellow popped up. That's DeBell Street. And the sidewalk is on the DeBell Street side of Market, and it continues down Market Street. And it crosses, this is McLaren, is where it crosses. Correct. Because beyond this point of McLaren, you're in unincorporated DeKalb County. The sidewalk then continues on McLaren, on Market, but on the McLaren Street side. And then we go to this graphic here on the right side of the screen. Here's where it continues. I'm sorry, on Market Crescent was the street, not McLaren. I'm sorry. And then continuing from Market Street, you're on the Market Street McLaren side because you crossed over. You continue down until the city limit line ends at Jameson, or just before Jameson. That's why it's on the Market Crescent McLaren side, because eventually we're no longer in the city once you approach just, I was going to say, north of Jameson. And so once we're here, where the yellow, this is McLaren, these two, this is crossing over Jameson Place. We'll put a crosswalk and then a diagonal crosswalk to match up with the sidewalk that runs from Jameson down to Market Walk. But that sidewalk is in the unincorporated part of DeKalb County. And as was stated, the sidewalk from Jameson down toward the Market Walk neighborhood is already there. There's an existing sidewalk on there.
Madam Mayor, I do have a few questions here.
Go for it.
Yes. Well, I'm just going to throw this right out front, because to be honest with you, I could not support either one of these plans right now until this is the perfect situation where we need a city arborist to sound in on this, because on these maps says tree removal in various places. And this is going right through the heart of our historic district. And, you know, I was hoping that we would have met our city arborist at this point, but I think anything and everything we can do to preserve every tree right down that strip is essential. So I'm just throwing that out there until I would probably put a moratorium on anything that requires removing trees until we get that city arborist and get working with them. That's my one thought there. Now, the other thing is, have we done a study? How many pedestrians are there down around Market Walk, Market Crescent? We're like leaving the city. We're in unincorporated DeKalb County. There's like maybe one residential street down there that's in Clarkston, and pretty much most people going anywhere from there are driving. So who is our target market, and how
There
many?
are a lot of people who walk their dogs. I've stood out there many times. There are a lot of those residents on Market Walk that will walk their dogs down on Market Street. That's what I've observed. There's kids that get on and off the school buses. Of course, that there wasn't much of that this year, but there are kids there who get on and off. So people do use those sidewalks. There are people walking. Nearly over a month ago, there's a trash can that we have between Market Walk and McLaren. And when I opened it, the trash can was full of doggy bags. That's all that was in that trash can, other than a couple of cups. I mean, it was probably 80 pounds of doggy filled bags. So we put a dog waste station out there that does get used quite a bit. If anyone has any questions about whether people walk on Market Street, we'd be happy to go out there and show you. Clearly in the summer with rainstorms, as it's getting warmer, not nearly as many as the other times of the year when the climate is much more pleasant to be out walking. But clearly there are people who walk all along this stretch of Market Street, from the end of it, from Market Walk Street, all the way back up here to where I'm sitting at City Hall Annex. I see them, and I've seen more people than the first year I was here walking up and down Market Street.
Oh, I know. I mean, I lived in that neighborhood, and everybody's walkers down there, and it is a little dangerous, and they are primarily sort of leisure walkers, not necessarily people who need to run to the shops to pick stuff up, because most people who live down there do own cars and have the option of driving. So it's primarily dog walkers and leisure walkers, which is fine, but I'm just concerned. It seems like an awful lot of money with a very sort of limited audience. I'd also like to know, when you say crosswalk, are we talking about, we're not talking about blinking lights or anything, what are we talking about?
It's a
regular crosswalk, Councilwoman.
Yeah, just so they safely cross the street.
But I mean, is there going to be lights there, or just painted stripes on this?
No, painted
stripes.
Just
Crosswalk.
painted stripes. Will there be other painted stripes on Market Street other than the crosswalks?
Yes, at the Bell and Jameson, and at Rogers and Market.
Again, for the crosswalks though, right?
For the crosswalks.
Yes, correct.
Not talking about stripe in the street, are we? Okay.
No.
Okay.
No. Also, if I can address the tree, of
So,
course, we're going to obviously bring in our arborist, Mr. Phillips. This is just a concept as to what we believe will work. And Larry, the tree removal, I believe, is a total of 3 or 4 trees, because these do incorporate the obviously removing the least amount of trees.
Yes. So let me make it really clear to everybody. The reason for the 2 options are to provide council with options. Option 1 has 3 trees that must be removed, no choice. Option 2 removes about 11 trees, several that are 36 inches DBE in DBA in terms of size, caliper size. So that is one of the primary reasons why we had the two options to avoid impacts. If we put that sidewalk on the opposite side of the street, either option 1 or option 2, we're talking about over 20 mature trees that are over 24 to 36 inches in diameter. So we did our due diligence. We clearly did it, but there is no way that you cannot, there's no way you can avoid every tree with option 1. Impossible, not possible.
Unless we don't install a sidewalk on this street.
Correct.
Well, I do see a tree being taken out for an ease about, which seems counterintuitive to me.
Well, the ease abouts are for traffic control.
College?
And we thought that was appropriate, but if it's not appropriate, then we don't do it.
Yeah, we can remove the ease abouts
Okay.
to save the
So-
tree.
And I think what will help is if we do that walk,
Mm-hmm.
that tour, it will help in terms
Sure.
of identifying those trees,
Yes.
identifying what makes sense in terms of removing or changing. And I will say that this has been something we have been talking about since I have moved down to McLaren subdivision about having sidewalks. And so I know this is something that, you know, from a community perspective, we've been looking at having those sidewalks there. So whatever we can do to minimize the trees, we would definitely look at it. And I think the most important thing is that we have that walkthrough so everyone's on the same page. And I definitely encourage the council to go along with that and participate so that we can be very clear what we need to do.
This is Councilman Carroll. I live on Market Street on the side that would be affected by either one of these plans. And I can just say that there are a lot of kids that walk down that street. A lot of them come from the bus stop and are going to apartments in the northern part of Clarkston. So I see a lot of kids walking. I see a lot of kids biking. I see families where families go to walk to pick up their kids from the stop and bring them back to their apartments. I do see people that do make some grocery trips from the Jameson apartments in particular that will walk to Thrift Town and then walk back to the Jameson apartments. So I agree the people in the subdivisions mostly have cars and are walking for leisure, but there are quite a few residents in the apartments off Jameson that do walk down Market Street. So and especially with that curve on Market Street right after Rogers, that curve is very dangerous. Cars take it at a very high speed and often can't see pedestrians that may be around the other end of the curve. So I think that it is appropriate to put sidewalks there and also traffic calming. And hopefully, you know, I do want to hear what my neighbors think about the traffic calming and the sidewalks, and we can maybe discuss different traffic calming options. And I do think just from looking at the first options initially, I would say that option 1 is superior just for the purpose of saving 8 trees for lowering the cost of the sidewalks. And I'm willing to give up some of my, you know, driveways in order to do that. But hopefully we'll see what the neighbors say once they go through it.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Vice Mayor Yasu.
Thank you. And I think there's a lot of points that are very important. I understand Councilmember Hopkins that we definitely need to save as much tree canopy as we can. But I don't understand, why do we have to cut any trees if we take the other option where it's so I got 3 questions. That's the first one. If we're gonna put the sidewalk inside the road, not behind the curb, there are no trees, I believe, on the road right now. So why do we have to cut any trees to make a sidewalk on the road? That's the first question. You can go ahead and answer it if you want.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. So here's the reason. Sidewalk is 5 foot wide. All right, then we have an 18-inch beauty strip. So you have sidewalk, 18 inches of grass, curb, roadway. And so you're taking 4 feet away from the roadway, right? So you need 1 more foot, another 18 inches. So that's 2.5 feet. So some of those trees are really close to the edge of the road, and that's the reason.
Okay, that I understand. Okay. And the second question is, is it safe to have that many crossovers on the road? I'm really a bit concerned since we're saying, this is going to be important for safety, having that many crossovers. I've driven so many times on North Indian Creek, and I see so many people just driving over the stripes, and people not obeying by the laws. So I'm concerned a little bit about safety. So that'd be my second question. And just along with that, is there a way we could ask the DeKalb County to annex that area for safety reasons, or is there what is the process? That would be for our city attorney maybe. But the first question will be to you, Mr. Kaiser, that is it safe to have that many crossovers?
There's only one,
No, two. Yeah, there's two. So that's a good point, Councilman. So with the ease abouts, you're going to be traveling, assuming council desires traffic control and traffic calming devices, right? Whether they're chicanes like we use on Rogers or the ease abouts we have on Norman and on Roland, you're going to be traveling at a slow rate of speed because we have 3 of them proposed every 500 feet. So knowing that people are going to be going 15 to 20 miles an hour down through there, having crosswalks on a residential kind of street, and Market Street is viewed as a residential street, you should not have the same situation you have in North Indian Creek. So we'll have advanced signage. We will have all that stuff that you need to have for crosswalks for safety purposes, bright thermoplastic paint. You can see it at night, all the signage and the traffic calming devices. You can never know for sure, right, Councilman? But I think I would feel very comfortable as an engineer to have those crosswalks in at those locations.
they're toward the end of where the street ends, for one, but I can see the concern, but it doesn't, as Larry stated, not a very significant concern.
Mr. Kaiser, I know that we did, we had the machine to look at speed maybe a year or two ago. What did you see in terms of the average speed and everything with that?
That's our, well, I think I have that. That's our speed trailer that unfortunately was vandalized a few months ago, and I believe we just received it, and we're going to put it back out there. We also just received, well, at least half of the equipment for our traffic counter that we ordered. We're waiting on the main part, but we will make that determination. But our unit was not working initially, then it was vandalized. Now we have it back and properly working, where we can download the data that will tell us the speeds. So we just don't have any speeds at this point.
So, Ms. Mayor, we, as Councilman Carroll may remember, about 3 years ago, we actually did traffic counts and speed counts, speed volume on Market Street. And I don't have the data in front of me. Councilman Carroll may remember that conversation we had in the annex. I can provide you with those numbers, but I sort of recall that the 85th percentile speed, 85th percentile speed, all that is the speed at which 85% of the vehicles travel. That's a traffic engineering term. 3 years ago, the 85th percentile speed was 44 or 43 or 45 miles an hour on Market Street at 3 different locations. And that's even with the stop signs out there. And so we have that data. I can pull it back up and provide it to council.
Thank you. Council, did you have any other comments at this time?
I do have some more questions.
So Councilwoman Hopkins, and then, no, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, what were you going to say? And then
I have already asked the city attorney if we can annex the other side. Can he answer that for me, please?
When?
I don't know if he's on the call, but to answer, we can annex that. We would just have to ask the county because it is adjacent. It does touch the city limit. And realistically, it would be the right of way. We can certainly inquire if we can do that. We can also ask the property owner, which I did, but haven't really received any definitive response, but to annex that so that we keep it on the same side of the street. Although I believe, Larry, if you can add there, I believe we would have looked to remove at least one additional tree. I don't remember exactly, but if we stayed on the same side of, instead of crossing over at Market Crescent, but we can inquire of the county how to annex that area.
Thank you. And then Councilwoman Hopkins, you had a question.
Okay, yeah, well, I'm also noticing on this map, there is crosswalks drawn in on Poplar and East Avenue where they intersect Market, but there's no sidewalk on that side of the street. So it's just kind of painted stripes going from nowhere to nowhere.
Yeah.
That
was a mistake. That was
okay. All right.
Right.
I was hoping. I'm like, there's a crosswalk going nowhere. Okay.
Yeah, we were preparing plans going both sides, back and forth, and we forgot to take that off the plan.
Well, I'm just going to throw this out there because I think I had a conversation with Councilman Carroll's wife about this, but I had thought about putting the sidewalk down there before in front of 40 Oaks, that it could be put on a, like they did in the park on the wetlands. How do you call it? On pillars? Because
A boardwalk.
Boardwalk. Thank you. I couldn't think of the word. But, and I know that's expensive. However, it would also solve another problem because I don't know who or what or how, but leaves, there is a really sharp drop off there, and leaves have been getting dumped on that drop off, as well as twigs and sticks and things. And so what we've created now is an actual deadfall. And I don't know, I'm Appalachian, so it's a term we know real well, but it's where leaves and sticks are built up on top of something that does not hold weight. And I went walking down there because I saw something by the creek I was going to go pick up, and dropped almost to my waist in dead leaves. If I had been a small child, I would have suffocated in that. It's a very, very dangerous situation. A short, very small person could easily get killed in a deadfall. It happens in Tennessee every year. And we've created that, and there's no fence or anything to keep people from walking from Market Street, heading down to that creek, and then hitting that layer of, you know, light twigs holding up leaves, thinking you're stepping on solid ground about 4 feet down. So if there was a boardwalk there with a railing, it would be, you know, some people from doing that. So that would be kind of a two birds, one stone thing, and also would preserve life and such of 40 Oaks without, you know, interrupting it with concrete and sidewalks, because there would be no place to put a sidewalk on that side unless you did a boardwalk. Too much of a drop off right there. So,
Mr. Gomez, can you, oh, thank you. Okay. Thank you for bringing those points up. I think that may be something in addition that we might need to look at when we're doing everything as it relates to 40 Oaks, the points that you're bringing up, Councilwoman Hopkins. So thank you for bringing those points up. Any other comments from the council?
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Perkins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to bring up one thing, just, you know, since the, you know, environmental impact was brought up. You know, and I appreciate Mr. Kaiser, you guys looking at trying to minimize that. You know, there are a number of different ways to offset environmental impact in situations like this. You know, and so we're not talking about something that, you know, is non-renewable, like breaking up a boulder field, like there's a development in Birmingham that, you know, took that approach to it, Nature Preserve up there several years ago. You know, there is something where we could have a conversation, I think, on tree replacement, if that's a concern and ends up being a barrier for the council or for the community. I definitely agree with kind of waiting to see what happens, you know, in terms of the community inputs. I think I just wanted to say good job for doing that. I think that's a very proactive approach, and even setting it up so there's an input process with that as well is good. So I just wanted to add that. I guess if there were anything additional, if we could move that roundabout, you know, in front of Councilman Carroll's driveway, just to see, he seemed to indicate a willingness to sacrifice himself for the city, so we could test that further. But other than that, I appreciate the options you presented.
Thank you, and thank you for making sure he takes one for the team. Thank you very much.
You can put the roundabout right in front of my driveway or house as long as this project goes through. The street is that dangerous.
Yeah.
You all. Any other comments from the council? Hearing none, Mr. Gomez, did we have anyone signed up for this one?
Nobody signed up, Mayor, but we do have three hands raised who would like to speak.
Okay, let me go and look and
You want to Ms. Hood, Ms. Williams, and Mr. Moore, and Mr. Medford.
Medford. Okay, so we'll do Ms. Hood.
Yes, I'm trying. Have I unmuted myself?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
I think it would be a good idea to, if not annex, try to see if we could reach some intergovernmental agreement with DeKalb County or something like that, that would avoid another one of those crossovers. And certainly the city attorney would be the person to let us know how the best way to do that. What is the speed limit on that road now?
25.
25? Would it be, because we'll be narrowing the right of way, would it be possible to lower the speed limit?
Absolutely.
Or advisable? And I walk on that section of the street a lot. And that curve is very dangerous. I step off the road and behind the curb when I see a car coming, and the cars just fly down that street. So whatever we need to do to reduce the speed, I think would be an important safety measure. Problem with reducing the speed limit is that people don't care in many instances. So, you know, having speed controls there, and maybe on the crossovers, having flashing lights or something like that, if necessary, because of the amount of traffic and the speed on that street. But I think it's a great idea to have sidewalks on there.
Thank you, Ms. Hood. That's all. And you can let your hand down. Thank you very much. And then
I will.
Okay, and then we'll have Miss Lisa Williams and Mrs. Williams.
Hi, good evening. First, I just want to thank the city and the council and City Manager Gomez and Mr. Kaiser for putting all this together. I know it's been a long time coming. And I'm just going to basically reiterate what some other people have already said, that, you know, Market Street is very, very dangerous, and you're taking your life in your own hands when you walk around that curb. And I know Councilman Carroll sees it often, how fast people drive around that curb. So I just want to reiterate the need for very aggressive traffic calming. I support lower speed limits and whatever we can do to slow people down. And also, I agree with exploring the annexation possibilities, or even, as Ms. Hood mentioned, the intergovernment workings on keeping the sidewalk on the same side of the road. I don't see it, you know, if we don't have to make crosswalks, you know, I would prefer not, because again, as Councilmember Carroll stated, there are a lot of children walking up and down the street. Sometimes they're on their own without parents. either going to the park or to their bus stops. And we just don't need them crossing the street any more than is necessary. And that is all. Thank you.
Mrs. Williams. Now we'll have Mr. Medford and then Mr. Moore. Councilman.
Yes. So this is part of my biking circuit when I bike the city, is Market Street. And I have absolutely had the crap scared out of me a couple of times by people passing me going both ways on this street. And I should keep up a good clip, I thought, but having to dive for the side because some guy in a car, tries to bump me off the road happens. I can't imagine trying to walk this very often. And as Dean mentioned earlier in the comments in the chat, in the years I've been here, this has been one of the things they've been talking about for a long time, is when can we finally get sidewalks on Market Street? This isn't just a new thing that's come up. So this is, we can finally put this checkbox in there and get this done, and it needs to be done. While, I appreciate some of the concerns that were brought up, do not hamstring this project over something that may not be solved for a long time. Because if anybody gets hurt while we're sitting on this, waiting for the perfect opportunity to come up, that's our problem. That's our fault. So this needs to be done. We need to do what we can to work and try to keep the sidewalk on the same side. I agree. Surely there's some way we can work with the DeKalb County or something. We're not going to have him on their planning department saying, no, you can't put a sidewalk in on our property. That'd be ridiculous, especially if we're paying for it. So I really think there'd be some array of hope there. Maybe we could reach out to our two awesome commissioners to get that done, but it should work. But definitely, just thinking about the number of people who walk to downtown that are, maybe they're going to Milam Park. If we want to connect people to want to come visit downtown Clarkston, but then encourage them to visit and see what other parts of the city we can go to, it's a great way to walk to Milam Park is down Market Street. Well, if you think you're going to get killed, you're not going to do it again now, are you? So yeah, this needs to get done. Just plow forward, get it done. Thank you.
Mr. Medford, you can lower your hand. And former Councilman Moore.
Yes, I just want to add some historic perspective. Brian's right. We've identified this over the years. My family has been walking down that street for 24 years, and that curve has always been dangerous. I want to mention that the DeKalb Board of Health organized with Sycamore Consulting, by the way, who Pond and Company is using for our rezoning back in 2010 to help us do the walkability, bikeability study. We had a great team of volunteers that went out into the city on foot and on bikes on several occasions to identify pedestrian issues. And we were meeting at the community center. We'd all get back together at the community center and compare notes. And so most of the team had to navigate that curve on Market Street at 40 Oaks, and everybody always came back talking about it. And the teams that were actually identifying that area had it on their report back in 2010. So it's been a long time coming, and if we can avoid taking out the trees wherever possible by moving one thing or another. I know that I've seen in some neighborhoods they've actually had bridges over roots and preservation methods. If you could look into that, preservation methods for large trees, which we have many of them on that street, it'd be advisable to pursue those if possible. And I'm glad to see that this is finally being discussed as a priority project. So thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Hearing no additional comments from the public, we will go ahead and close this item, and I'm looking forward, and I encourage the council members to attend that community meeting so that we can all get that visual as well. So thanks again, everyone. Now we have no old business, but we will proceed into new business, which is section H1, which is to reschedule August City Council meeting. Mr. Gomez.
So based on some communication between the council and myself and staff, there are several on the council, I think in the mayor as well, attending the GMA annual convention, which begins, I believe, on August the 6th in the morning, which would require for some travel on August the 5th. The convention is in Savannah, approximately a 5-hour drive if it's not traffic laden. So we have a couple of options. We can reschedule the meeting to Wednesday the 4th or even Monday, August the 2nd. The reason this council meeting was rescheduled to Thursday, August the 5th is because on Tuesday, August the 3rd, we will be participating and holding the National Night Out event at Milam Park. So we're open for however direction the council would like us to proceed. Again, we can hold it on Monday, Wednesday, or leave it on Thursday. We should have the audio-visual upgrades completed at City Hall. I know I had mentioned to all of you that we would be back at City Hall or could be back for this meeting. If those are not completed, then we would likely go back for the August work session at the end of August.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. From a council perspective, how many of you are okay with doing it on Wednesday?
I'm fine with that, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Councilman Carroll?
Fine with Wednesday.
Okay.
Wednesday.
Wednesday? Okay. Councilman Perkins?
Wednesday.
Okay,
Wednesday
it
works.
sounds, Wednesday works. So we're going to go ahead and knock this out Wednesday.
Thank you.
Community. I'm going to did anyone sign up from the community?
No, not for this item.
Okay, so good. We're all in agreement for Wednesday, and we will proceed to the next agenda item, which is H2, issue call for election and set qualifying period for November general election. Ms. Ashby? Or Mr. Gomez?
All right,
Whichever.
yeah. So this is to, again, set the qualifying period under the official code of Georgia annotated. We must set a qualifying period, and our superintendent, Ms. Ashby, who oversees the qualifying period. She is looking to designate the qualifying period for the November 2nd, 2021 election for the 3 days listed: Monday, August the 16th, Tuesday, August the 17th, and Wednesday, August the 18th. Each one of those days, 3 days, from 8:30 in the morning till 4:30 in the afternoon, I guess except for a daily lunch break from 12 to 1. But that is what we are recommending based on the guidelines provided under Georgia code, as well as the DeKalb County elections office. And I don't always remember their exact office. I just want to call him the supervisor of elections because that's what I've known before coming to Georgia. But so that we meet the requirements, again, mainly under Georgia code, and as well as the guidance provided by the county. Again, since the county runs the election, holds the elections for us.
Council, do you have any questions or comments about this? Okay. Hearing none. Mr. Gomez, did we have any from the public?
We didn't have anybody who signed up. And one other mention for this item: we will have 4 seats, or 3 council seats and for the office of mayor. That will be our municipal election on November the 2nd. Just wanted to mention that as well.
Seats that are going to be up for election. Okay. Hearing nothing else on this item, we'll close this item and move to H3, which is a conditional use permit request from Mohammad Bilal Khattak for 1353 Brockett Road, Suite B1, Clarkston, Zone NC2, moderate density neighborhood commercial for a laundromat. Ms. Cowie.
Madam Mayor, this Madam Mayor and Council, tonight's discussion again is for a conditional use permit request from Mohammad Bilal Khattak. Again, the request is at 1353 Brockett Road, Suite B1. The request is surrounded by various land uses that include an apartment community, an adult entertainment business, a gas station, hair salon, smoke shop, and various retail stores. Conditional use permits are considered based on four criteria points, which are listed: whether the conditional use will be injurious to the use and enjoyment of the environment or of other property in the immediate vicinity, or diminish and impair property values within the surrounding neighborhood. 2, whether the proposed conditional use will increase local or state expenditures in relation to cost of servicing or maintaining neighboring properties. 3, whether the establishment of the conditional use will impede the normal and orderly development of surrounding property for uses predominant in the area. And 4, whether the location and character of the proposed conditional use would be consistent with a desirable pattern of development for the locality in general. While the area may be at an advantage to offer personal laundry services, there are activities that may cause limitations on the hours of operation due to the location. This use can coexist with the surrounding uses in the area, but shall be considered to be limited to the nature of the surrounding businesses. With this information presented, staff did recommend to conditionally approve the staff recommended to conditionally approve, along with the Planning and Zoning Board, with the following conditions: that the business shall only be limited to operating and offering services as a coin laundromat. There should be no long-term or overnight parking. The owner-tenant shall adhere to sections 12-20, disorderly conduct, and 12-28, noise. 4, the business shall not emit noise, vibrations, smoke, gas, fumes, or odors that will be a nuisance to the adjacent properties. And the recommended hours of operation are 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Sunday through Saturday, with the additional 4 conditions that were listed from the Planning and Zoning Board: that no alcohol shall be served or available on the premises, no coin-operated amusement machines shall be installed, all installed machines shall be new, and the applicant is only allowed to install vending, detergent, and change coin machines. Madam Mayor and City Council, the applicant, Mr. Khattak, is in attendance if you have any additional questions or concerns.
Thank you, Ms. Cowie. And Mr. Khattak, would you like to make any comments at this time?
Hello, Ms. Burks and everybody else. Well, basically, first of all, I really appreciate you guys having me here. These conditions that are posed by the planning and zoning are, they're very logical, and I do consent to them. Make a lot of sense, especially based on that specific location on Brockett that we are referring to. So I really have no problem with that at all.
Thank you. And just for clarification, we talked to you earlier about another area. So kind of what happened in terms of that other area?
Well, just like just a moment ago, Ms. Lisa mentioned about us not being able to establish working relationships with the landlord. So that was one primary reason. The other main reason was that while exploring that whole area, I also realized that this particular spot at Brockett Road is not just is a larger suite, if you will. This is a 5,000 square foot space versus the previous one that was about 2,300 square feet roughly. So this basically allows us to build a better, larger laundromat for that particular area that will not just serve the Brockett Road, but also the previous area that we were looking at the Montreal.
Great. And just Ms. Cowie, since this is the same applicant, just for clarifying purposes, since we, since the owner is not using the property on Montreal, there is the conditional use permit that we initially had for him to use that property. What then would be the procedure for us to address that? Ms. Kelly?
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. It is my understanding that since the conditional use conditions does follow the land and not the applicant, that it would have to be removed as a condition for that location.
So that would be something that the council would need to address.
He will have to apply to have it removed. And I think that's what my understanding is, if Mr. Quinn is on to clarify that as well.
Thank you. Council, did you have any questions for our applicant?
Not to the applicant, but I got a quick question. First of all, I know the applicant is not asking for alcohol license, so why is he being, put in a condition of laundromat where he's being told? I mean, obviously I think that's common sense that he should not be able to sell or provide alcoholic beverage, or there should be no indoor smoking. And so I'm just curious, why are those two especially placed there as a condition? And the other question is, why is that limited only to 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.? I mean, some people might want to clean their clothes or do something, late. And I've seen a lot of laundromats stay open as late as 10 o'clock, or so. Some people could go there after work, or so. I'm really not sure why that condition placed in there. So those are my two questions to Ms. Cowie.
Ms. Cowie?
Thank you, Councilman Iyasu, Mr. Vice Mayor. The Planning and Zoning Board had a discussion in reference to these, I don't know if I could say services or these activities that are going on in the area. And they wanted to make sure that those activities did not spill into Mr. Khattak's location. It was discussed at the Planning and Zoning Board meeting that he is also in an agreement with this condition. He does not have an issue with this condition as well, because he understands that certain activities does address or attract a different type of traffic into his business location. To number two, to your question, Mr. Vice Mayor, of the hours of operation, we found that along with discussing with Clarkston Police Department as well, there's a lot of loitering that is going on in the area, and for the protection of those who may be using the services of Mr. Khattak, we did discuss this also at the Planning and Zoning Board meeting, that in reference to the safety of those who may be patronizing his business, to limit the hours of operation due to the surrounding activities to 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Sunday through Saturday.
But do the other businesses in that area also, do they have to abide by similar thing? Why is this specific case is being placed on only those limited hours? I'm just not sure. I understand the applicant doesn't mind, but
yeah, we understand the hours, but we were just looking at the surrounding and the facilities that are the businesses the business that is surrounding Mr. Khattak's business, and he does not have an issue with the hours of operation. And correct, those are recommended hours of operation. You are correct, and Mr. Khattak was in agreement with our recommendation.
Thank you. Council, did you have any other questions or comments? Hearing none, Mr. Yes. Councilwoman Hopkins.
I'd just like to say I'm kind of with Awit on that. I appreciate the fact that Mr. Khattak is okay with those hours, but again, the conditional use travels with the land, not with the operator. And I think, should we manage to get the area cleaned up where it does not seem threatening to be there at 8 o'clock at night to do your laundry, you know, if you finished work at 7, I think we should probably leave that option open and let the operator set their own hours without that being a city restriction, because yeah, a lot of people don't even think about getting home from work until 7. And you know, if you don't want to be open, but I think if we say it could be a problem because we've got people loitering and doing things that are threatening and breaking the law, that's a whole different issue for the city to address. I don't think we should say other legitimate businesses where people are just trying to get their clothes clean should not be open because we're going to leave it to more threatening people. And I would just take the hours restriction off of it.
This is Councilman Carroll. I would agree with Councilman Niasu and Councilwoman Hopkins about the hour restriction. And then the other question I had is, I think at the previous one, there was some discussion of having an attendant on duty. And I was going to ask Mr. Khattak if he's planning to have an attendant on duty for this one as well.
Yes, 100%.
Okay, because I think if there was an attendant on duty, that would probably resolve at least some of the loitering issues. If there's someone there. So I think that you could possibly go, you know, maybe as late as like 9 or 10 p.m. Because some people that may do the coin operated laundry may have odd shifts and may need different hours than other people would to do laundry. Just a suggestion.
When you sit back and think about it, it takes about 2 hours or so just to go through from washing to drying everything. You got to take that into account when you're doing it, you know, I mean, being honest. So I know that you have other businesses in terms of other laundromats. What are usually your hours of operation for your other laundromats?
So typically we're open, you know, we keep the doors open until 10 p.m. The B1 Laundry in Decatur, we allow the last customer come in at 11 p.m. And then, of course, once the customer comes in, you know, it takes about an hour and a half for them to finish up. And so the store, you know, we don't let any other customers in after that, but whoever's already in, you know, stays for a good hour and a half before they're ready to leave, and we turn the lights off.
So that's something to take into consideration. I mean, if you're saying an hour and a half, 2 hours for the last customer, just keep that in mind as far as the hours or the proposed hours. And especially when you think about the shifts within our community, that's something to think about in terms of manageable hours for him and the city.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I think, and I think that this is a very interesting topic here about the hours, because on one side, I do understand about the safety concerns simply because of the nature of the other businesses next door to this location that we are talking about. You know, it's adult-oriented business, pulls a different kind of traffic, if you will, and laundromat on the other side being right next door to it is a completely opposite business, totally family-oriented business. Mostly you have ladies coming in with their children, you know, so completely opposite clientele, if you will, you know. So yeah, I mean, that is to be considered. So I can understand where planning and zoning is suggesting 7 p.m. for the daily, you know, closure, and that's simply based on the contrast here, the clientele, contrast of clientele, if you will.
Council, did you have any other comments or questions? Okay,
Madam
Mr.
Mayor, I have a
Gomez.
comment.
Yes, Councilman Perkins.
Thank you. No, I just wanted to agree with the concerns on having the hours a little bit earlier. Give an example. My sister is a nurse in New York, and when she is working, on shift, sometimes she doesn't make it home and to the laundromat until 9 o'clock. In her case, so there've been countless times we've been on the phone at that. So I do think this might be a situation where we, as a council, expand the allowable hours, maybe until 9 or 10 p.m. So I think I would agree with movement in that direction, just keeping in mind our community as well.
Thank you all.
I have a question, Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councilwoman
Mr.
Johnson.
Bilal, what were your hours that you wanted to keep before getting the recommendation from council?
So I was thinking more along the lines, taking the area in consideration and all that as well. 8 or maybe at the latest 9 p.m.
Okay.
Because,
So,
and again, even if we stay with the 7 p.m., the customer that walks in at 6:59 p.m. will still be in the store till about 8:30.
okay, so you don't see a problem with the recommendation, so you would be fine either way.
Yeah, I don't really see too much of a problem with that. The reason why is because the folks in the area, when they do realize the time for the business, they will very likely adjust to it. Because I recall at my other location in Decatur, when COVID hit, and we used to be a 24-hour laundromat. But when COVID hit and we started to close overnight, customers understood and they actually conformed to it. So we didn't really have too many problems with that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, we can't
We
hear.
can't hear you.
Oh, you can't hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Thank you all from the council. Mr. Gomez, do we have any from the public?
No, nobody signed up to speak.
Okay, thank you. So I guess I'm hearing the council muddling over the time, and it may be something again.
Mr.
Yes.
Moore who raised his hand. My apologies.
Okay, Mr. Moore.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was changing my earpiece out on my iPhone, but the situation with the coin-operated amusement machines, I think that the city would do well to make a definition or a distinction between the lottery corporation sanctioned gambling machines and the actual amusement machines for situations like this. It's a very, very intimate, private, personal experience when you go to the laundromat to do your laundry. And if lottery machines were allowed, then people would be coming in there to hang out and play the lottery machines as if it were a casino. And that's one reason I think alcohol would be should be identified and stipulated as not being allowed in these types of environments, which I think the law already speaks that out. But it's important to mention that because sometimes in Clarkston people don't understand the restrictions of the laws quite so well. But as far as having your personal items in there, you have to protect your items. And if you have people loitering, but on the other hand, it's fun to play Miss Pac-Man while your clothes are being done. When I go to a laundromat, I enjoy playing the machines. that are provided, which are actually entertainment machines and not amusement machines, that you get that rush when you win and understand that you're going to be getting a cash payout, which is supposedly illegal as well, but takes place all over the place. So I think that the city would do well to make a distinction so that we could allow some type of amusement machines to be used in certain establishments other than the gambling machines. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Medford.
Yes. So I'm glad to see that the gentleman has chosen to keep his business inside Clarkston, even though the location in Montreal Road didn't work out. Appreciate him keeping it here. It looks like it'll be a great location for traffic, ease of getting in and out. So the only thing that's already been mentioned with PNZ was, making sure it doesn't turn into a Las Vegas slot machine parlor. And it doesn't sound like that's what he's going to do. As for his business hours, I was shocked to see there be any limitations on them at all. It's his business. He can decide when he's open and when he's closed, when he's comfortable being there and when he's not, and when it's good to have employees there and when it's not. So if it becomes a problem, if he tries to transform it into a late night dance club, then that can be addressed later. But it just sounds like now his business hours are his business kind of thing. So, but definitely encourage the passage of this so he can be a successful business here in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Medford. And thank you, Mr. Khattak, for, again, wanting to stay and make your home in Clarkston. So we appreciate, even though you had some other challenges, that you still found Clarkston to be your home. So we appreciate that. With that being said, if there are no other comments, we will close out this agenda item. Thank you all, and we look forward to making a vote next week.
Ms. Burke, you mind if I add a comment here?
Please do.
So I would like to add to what Mr. Moore mentioned just a moment ago. And I think he brings up a valid point, because there are two kinds of amusement machines. There's those gambling ones that we see at the gas stations. I'm not really too crazy about having those in my laundromat. I have thought about it before, but I can do without it. But then there's those other ones that are like Miss Pac-Man and those other. So there is a distinction that exists from the state. One is called the Class A machine. The other one's called the Class B machine. So I think, if I clearly remember, I think the Class A are the ones that are not the gambling machines. The gambling ones are the Class B machines. So if that can be specified, that would be great. This way, while, kids are coming with their mothers, just hanging around at the laundry while their mothers are cleaning their clothes, these kids could be on a Pac-Man machine or, just something like that, which is not really harmful or doesn't really pay out in any way. And there's no element of gambling in there.
All right, and so we will make note of that as far as the conditions.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you for that clarification.
Thank you all.
Okay, thank you. So we will go ahead and move on to item H4, which the variance request, and it's only one request from my understanding, from Mr. William Braswell Jr. of Oak Hall Companies, LLC, for the property located at 3809 East Avenue. Ms. Cowie.
Madam Mayor, City Council, we will discuss again Mr. William R. Braswell Jr. of Oak Hall Companies, LLC. He is requesting a variance request on the property formerly known as the Gardens of East Avenue to be known as Park Haven on East Avenue to encroach an additional 5 feet on lots 7 through 30. The previously submitted variance request was to install ornamental trees in lieu of shade trees for the installation of solar panels has been withdrawn by the applicant, thereby moving forward with the request to encroach an additional 5 feet on lots 7 through 30. With any variance request, granting a variance must adhere to Article 3, Section 308, variance criteria. A variance from the terms of this ordinance must not be in contrary to the public interest. The variance criteria is there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to the particular piece of property in question because of its size, shape, or topography. Such conditions are peculiar to the particular piece of property involved. Such conditions are not the result of the actions of the applicant. A literal interpretation of the provisions of this ordinance will create an unnecessary hardship. The variance requested will not cause substantial detriment to the public good, nor impair the purposes or intent of the zoning ordinance, and the variance is not a request to permit a structure or use of land not authorized in the applicable district. Mayor and City Council, City staff, and the Planning and Zoning Board did recommend to deny the variance request. Both requests were actually heard at the Planning and Zoning Board meeting, and after that meeting, we did receive an email request to withdraw the ornamental tree request for the trees. Mayor and City and Council, Mr. Braswell is in attendance if you have any additional questions for him.
And thank you, Ms. Cowie, for that update. And Mr. Braswell, we are happy to hear from you about the changes that you would like to make. Go ahead and present if you'd like.
Madam Mayor and Council, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to y'all tonight. We would like to respectfully request this variance for the front yard to be able to encroach our front porches 8 feet into the setback instead of 3 feet, which is allowed by the ordinance. We are trying to make the front porches a little bigger, more usable, trying to encourage more outdoor use on the front porch. And there's, we've been working on this project for several years now. Originally, when we were designing the homes, they were going to be a little bit smaller, but markets told us they need to be a little bit bigger, and the kitchens and living rooms be a little bigger. That's all on the first floor, so that has expanded that area a little bit, not by a lot. We were going to be 1,400 square feet average, probably 14, 16. We're probably closer to 18 to 2,000 square feet on our homes now. But those were more market condition changes. We are just trying to, to put forth the look that we showed the mayor and council when we originally got our zoning that encourages the front porch use. One of the things we're more than willing to work with the mayor and council and Ms. Cowie on, if we wanted to limit that, you can't have two houses next to each other that encroach the full 8 feet. Maybe one's got to be 6, one be 8. So you get some variation in the front porches along looking down the setbacks. If there's a minimum distance between two front porches, it's important to the council, mayor and council. We would be glad to work with you on that. We can come up with some language that might be acceptable. I can work with Ms. Cowie on those kind of things. We feel that this, this request really only affects our new homeowners. It won't affect anybody in the general, anybody else's front porch. It's not really setting a precedent, I don't believe, because there's, I don't know if there'll be any more zonings put forth like ours. And I think you're saying changing the zoning ordinance. I don't think I'm not sure if this category will be around anymore. But we really, we're excited about building in Clarkston. We're really excited about the product. I've given Shawana, or do you have the drawings that I sent? Can you show those? We had some renderings put together by a graphic artist. He doesn't have the landscape and the trees, what we're really thinking about, but these are the home designs we're proposing. There's a lot of whites and grays. We'll have more color in it than what we've shown, but yeah, this is them. So this is, all these sort of large front porches that are usable, that you can sit out on. You can put a rocking chair. You can put some chairs and tables out on them. That is what we're looking for. If you can scroll through those, there's several different sort of styles. I've gone through 3 different architects working to try to get the right feel and right concept of what we're trying to put forth, so that, this will be something that I believe one day that the mayor and council can be proud of it. That's part of their city. So again, we're respectfully requesting this. I'm more than willing to work with, if there's some kind of variations that we do, 8 foot on one, 6 foot on the other, maybe limited to 6 foot encroachment. What we're asking for is really what DeKalb County allows. You can go up to 8 feet in the front yard in DeKalb County. A lot of jurisdictions we work in Cherokee and Forsyth, you can go a full 10 feet into the front yard setback with a covered front porch. What we're asking for, I don't think, is out of the norm of what's built in Atlanta or in DeKalb County or some of our competitive subdivisions that we're competing with. So again, we just respectfully request this. I think we meet the criteria. I mean, that can be argued, but what we're trying to do is really put a very good, nice product forth that will be well received by the market, and our marketing people are telling us this is what we should do, and that the outdoor living space is a huge part of the market. So with that, I respectfully request it and be here to answer any questions.
Well, thank you, Mr. Braswell. And I noticed in the packing, you correct me if I'm wrong, some of the designs that you had garages. Is that also the new piece to it as well?
Well, we were going to put front, we were going to have some carports. The ones on the perimeter all have carports and not garages, but we needed to be able to build above the garage to have enough space to get 3 bedrooms in on the 2nd floor. And we really needed that to be above a garage and not a carport. And also we couldn't extend the carport out. We'd originally thought we might do some carport, but it just worked better to have garages.
All right, and Ms. Cowie, can you clarify something for me? Because I want to make sure I'm clear. The original concept, the site plan, and the site plan and the conditions that we approved, I guess in 2019, it had some other conditions. So if any other changes happen, then in addition to this conversation we're having now, Mr. Braswell would need to come back for those as well. Am I correct, or am I?
Go ahead, but I think we meet all the other conditions that were put on the property. We're just asking for this additional variance. Is that correct, Shawana?
And that is what the clarification is, Madam Mayor. And yes, Mr. Braswell, if we're unable to see based on the submittal that has been submitted, whether the 24 conditions that were already placed on this property have been met, besides the request for the additional. So what we're looking for is to see, and Mr. Braswell, as he did state, whether the previous 24 conditions are being met on the property, besides the seeking of the variance request for the lot 7 through 30. So by this, we're see that at this time. And, that is, basically one of the concerns that we had as well when requesting this variance, that you send us what was already on the property, conceptually, and meeting the 24 conditions that have already been placed on the property. But as you said, Madam Mayor, too, condition number 19 was that every home shall have a minimum of 1 visitor parking space to be located behind each home's carport. Of course, in our ordinance as well, and it's for definition, and our P&Z board member, Ms. Hood, did discuss this as well, that a carport, or it could be the definition of a private garage. But we know what a carport is developed as, and in connection with what a garage is developed as. And that's why you see the increase of the footprint of the square footage of the home.
Okay, so that's why I just want to make sure when we have this discussion about the setbacks and we vote on this, I want to make sure in terms that we look at all the conditions and make sure from a council, we keep in mind the conditions that were put upon this property in 2019. Is that correct? Ms. Cowie?
Yes, ma'am, Madam Mayor.
Okay, that's it. It's not to say we're gonna talk about this one, but I also want to keep in the mind of the council that there were 24 conditions, and that as part of the conditions, any changes will need from the 2019. As we have this discussion, we also need to keep that in mind. So I just want to make sure, because if Mr. Braswell, if you're telling me that instead of having carports, you're showing us a design with garages, we just need to make sure that's clear, because one of the conditions was that additional parking with the carport. So I just want to put a note on that. And then as a council, we can talk about the setbacks as well.
I'm sorry, I got kicked off the site for a second, but I believe that the difference between a carport and a garage, I don't know if there's a set definition in the code, but we have parking, we have one parking space behind the garage. So we still have that visitor parking. We have 2 visitor parking spaces actually behind each unit. So we meet the intent of that, whether it's a garage or a carport called one or the other. I didn't know there was a difference, or that would make a difference.
It is.
Is there a definition of?
And we can follow up with that piece, but I just want to make sure, because that was one of the concept designs, and it's not, we don't have to deal with that tonight, but I just want to make sure that that's something we put a marker on it, just so we can make sure that we know. And so, council, let's talk about the setbacks and see where we need to go with the setbacks. So are there comments or questions for Mr. Braswell? No? Okay.
So this is Councilman Carroll. So is it, maybe Steve, I don't know if Stephen is on the line or not, but is it true that the DeKalb County law allows for 10 feet in the setbacks? And if I'm understanding correctly, Clarkston only allows for, is it 5 feet or 3 feet? And maybe the applicant can answer that if Stephen isn't there. Or
It's the
Councilman Carroll, we do have in section 622 a permitted encroachments upon our setbacks, and a porch can extend into a front or rear side yard setback, but it can't exceed 3 feet. So currently now it will be 8 feet based on Mr. Braswell request, but he needs 8. So he's requesting the 5, other than what our ordinance already currently allows by, I'll just say outright allows for a permitted encroachment into the setback.
I understand that. My question is really, what is DeKalb County? Is that do they allow 10 feet? Is that what I heard? Or is there a different amount that DeKalb County allows for encroachment in the setback by a front porch?
DeKalb allows 8.
DeKalb allows 8. And so you're asking for essentially what DeKalb allows if this project had been built in unincorporated DeKalb County?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that was my question.
Sounds like he's asking for 8, like DeKalb County is what you're asking, Mr. Councilman Carroll.
Yeah, that answered my question.
Any other questions from the council? Councilwoman Hopkins.
It's not a question, but just a comment. When this project first started, planning and zoning did make a recommendation that the application for this to be changed from low population zoning, which it would automatically become since that's what it's completely surrounded by, to highest population zoning, they recommended denial of that. The council overrode the planning and zoning. So then we went to our highest population density residential only zoning. And then there was variances put on that to get even more houses onto the property. So we essentially just clear cut our largest lots of untrammeled forest in the city of Clarkston to put this in. And the drawings that we were given at the time were not accurate. Streets were like half their width to make it look like things fit that they didn't. And I'm seeing now these drawings don't seem to be accurate because I don't see space for these additional visitor parking places. But we've already done variance on variance against the planning and zoning recommendations. And I think when last time you were asked, Mr. Braswell, to, in good faith, bring an actual drawing that was to scale, that met the city zoning code, so we could see if it really was a hardship or difficulty. One was brought that was still not right, and you had just told the council person that they're only one vote, so it doesn't matter anyway. So I have to say, I can't recommend another variance on this project.
Any other comments from the council? Hearing
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Vice Mayor Yasu.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions to our planning and zoning manager. The first question is, Ms. Cowie, so is the setback placed to be maximum of 3 feet for safety reasons, or is it for aesthetic reasons? I first just want to know what's the safety implications if that is changed to 8 feet. Is there any safety implications? That's the first question. The second question is, have we in the last, well, since I've been in the council in the last 6 years, I don't really remember if we have had similar variances given to any applicant in that area, around that neighborhood. So I want to see if we allow this variance, is it going to be consistent with any other properties around that area? Thank you.
Well, to go ahead, Madam Mayor.
I was going to tell you, go ahead, Ms. Cowie.
Okay. To answer your question, Mr. Vice Mayor, the standards, I don't know about the safety of the streets, because the internal streets, as Mr. Braswell is listing, are alleys. If Mr. Kaiser can come on and explain about street and safety. However, the way that they're designed, the streets are supposed to have 2 cars. I mean, the driveways, each resident is supposed to have two cars with an additional visitors parking behind, quote unquote, the carport. So even based on this design that you're actually seeing now, there's no location of where the car can be parked behind the visitor's parking space, unless it is just like the previous ones were showing, unless they're on the street, on the alley or the street, as listed in the actual drawing. If that answered your question, Mr. Vice Mayor.
He had a second question about the variance. Is that something, and Mr. Vice Mayor, you want to bring that second question?
The property that second question, according to the variance, this is a piece of property that is surrounded by the highest density parcels that we have in our ordinance, which are 10,000 square feet per lot. NR3 is a minimum lot size of 5,000 square feet. But with the additional request, the only lots that are 5,000 square feet are the ones that abut the creek, Peachtree, the the Peachtree Creek, and they're 5,200 plus square feet lot. Those are the only ones that actually meet the NR3 requirements for the zoning district. The other ones are either 3,200 or 3,400 square foot lots based on the NR3 zoning. So the surrounding neighborhoods the parcels are a little bit larger than what we actually see here in this development for this total 36 lots. And this variance request is from 24 of those 36.
Thank you. And Ms. Kelly, is the setback coming from the front or is the setback coming more from the rear?
Well, that will depend, Madam Mayor, on the layout based on what you can actually see. I just received this information today, so I was not able to actually get into in depth and review the information of how he sees the front yard or the rear yard or the side yard setbacks. Of course, as previously discussed earlier today, the front yard is based on the parcel of land that abuts the street. So if you have a street and then you have that grassy area in your front or your rear or your side, that could be considered based on how you position the house. That's the front or rear, or we know what a side and a rear yard setback is. But earlier, I was able to see and determine which parcels, like the exterior ones, that it looks like the porches from the left side of this, the drawing, it looks like this would be the rear side, the rear setbacks based on the exterior parcels on each end. I'm trying to, on the left and the ones that are on the far right, it's the interior ones that actually look like they're on alley B and C that abut a street. The other two on the end, end parcels or the lots are the ones that actually connect in the rear to each other. And it's the interior lots on alley B and C that are actually facing a street. Well, I'll say an alley. Is that right, Mr. Braswell?
Yes, you're correct. Actually, it would be the front of the house basically is faces the rear yard of the lot. So really it's we're extending into the rear setback, not the front yard setback. Because the front of the house is, by the way the lots lay out, the front is to the alley or street side, the back is to the greens. So we would really, I guess the true definition, it would be extending into the rear yard an additional 5 feet, not the front, but it's the front of the house, the front porch.
Correct.
But it's just on the house lot backwards. If that makes sense.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. And Council, did you have any other questions or comments? Yes, Councilman Carroll.
I'm sorry, did you have, I've already spoken
Councilman
once.
Carroll. So Councilman
Okay.
Carroll and then Councilman.
Okay, so I guess my comment was, it seems like that would resolve Councilman Iasu's safety concern, because if it's not facing an alley, then there would be no concern about getting closer to the street. But the other thing I would say is that regardless of how we decide on this variance request, it seems logical to me that we would want to have similar rules to the Cobb County when it comes to things like measuring the encroachment into setbacks. For the same reason why I supported Councilwoman Hopkins' ordinance, it would require us to be 75 feet from a creek, just like the Cobb County 75 feet from a creek instead of 50 as it was previously. When it comes to technical revisions, like how many feet you can be into setback, I don't think it makes sense when we're a tiny island in the Sea of DeKalb County to force builders to do something different for us than what they do for the rest of DeKalb County. So I think it's logical to eventually make our codes and these technical things as close to uniform with DeKalb County as we can, just like we do for animal code enforcement. Since, it doesn't make sense to have separate rules in that particular area. That was my.
Thank you. And Councilman Perkins.
I'm real slow on the draw, it seems. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to clarify something, because I agree with Councilman Carroll. It makes sense for us to align things like this with the broader county. But I just want to make sure I understand. It sounds like part of this need for variance requests is, am I correct in understanding that the design has changed where we're eliminating parking?
No. The rear of the house is still on the same setback line it was always at. So the only difference in this, the rear of the house is from this design to what we had shown in some previous concepts, was that the garage is enclosed and it's not a carport, it's a garage. And so the distance from the back of the house to the edge of the alley where the car can park, and you can see some parked in here, there's two visitor spots behind the garage, or what would be behind what would have been a carport, but the back of it stays the same. The front is the only, which is faces each other, is what we're asking for. And as far as safety, we're still 35, 40 feet apart, so there's no fire code or anything like that would come to play as far as safety, or anything, as far as I know, as far as building codes.
So to that point, Mr. Braswell, when you say what is the width of the alley?
I think the alleys are 16 feet wide. The pavement, so this, the street widths and the alleys, all that stuff has been the same from the first drawing that we showed through permitting into what we've built. So the width of the alleys, if I'm not mistaken, are 16 feet wide. I think fire code says they have to be at least 15, so I believe they're 16. And the streets are, I believe, 24 feet wide, which is the code calls for. And again, you remember that, one of our other zoning conditions is that all the sidewalks and the driveways need to be an impervious area, a pervious material, and there will be like a type of gravel. We talked about using that same kind of slate that's in the parking lot of the annex building. We're using this same sort of concept in a development down at Ormwood Park, but we're using a different kind of stone there, but it'll be some kind of pervious material.
Councilman Perkins, did you have a follow-up question? I just want to make sure.
Well, to that note, if we are increasing the square footage of the roof, did I hear correctly? Sorry, my audio has been going in and out on a couple of comments. That this applies to 24.
It applies to 24 homes. And right, and I can go back through the hydrology with Mr. Kaiser. And make sure that we typically have plenty of sort of extra pervious area, and based on what I call a little bit of fat in our hydrology studies, so we have room for additional pavement should it come. And we have plenty of room in the detention pond and hydrology. If it comes out that giving this variance requires us to modify our detention pond, our stormwater plan, then we'll have to do that. But that's something that we will have to review with Mr. Kaiser. And we're still in the process of getting the final plat recorded and getting our final approvals on our stormwater system and all those kind of things. And so, Larry's firm still has to review those.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Hopkins.
I have a question for Mr. Braswell. Our conditions for a variance says, the first one of several, but says a variance can be approved if there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to the particular piece of property in question because of its size, shape, or topography. Could you tell me how this request would meet that criteria of extraordinary and exceptional conditions as to why we should not adhere to our published zoning requirements?
Sort of the same reasons that we got the original variances. We intended to shrink the size of the development as much as possible to keep as many of the perimeter trees as we could. And that's what we did in the development. And so that shrunk the size of the lots. And that was sort of the reasoning when we got the original, that was what we put forth as part of the reason for the original variances to change the lot sizes and the setbacks. So this is just, to allow an additional 5 feet on the front porch of these houses that face each other. Again, that was pulled in tighter by the overall development of trying to make it smaller. I think that if we'd asked for this variance at the time we were trying to get the zoning, we probably would have gotten it at the time, but we hadn't completely designed all the houses at that time. That's an assumption that I'm making. That doesn't mean that would be true or anything. But in trying to keep the development as tight as we could to the interior, to keep as many perimeter trees as we could, that's the reason for it being squeezed in.
But you could have kept all the trees if you'd only put 2 houses on it. But what is extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to this particular piece of property that we couldn't say about any similar project anywhere in Clarkston?
I don't think there's anything similar to this in Clarkston. So again, in development of the plan and what we came forward with and develop it under the category that we were asking for, we tried our best to pull everything into the interior to save as many of the perimeter trees as we could. And that's the reason that the topo and the shape, that was the reason it's an exceptional piece of property and different than anything else in the city.
So you're saying the project itself is exceptional, but there's nothing exceptional about the piece of land or extraordinary about this piece of land that requires a variance?
Well, it was that we were trying to save as many of the perimeter trees as we could.
Okay, but again, regarding this piece of land, there's nothing exceptional or extraordinary about the piece of land. What you would like to do with it, you feel is exceptional, but there's nothing exceptional or extraordinary about the piece of land that would give us cause to vary our zoning laws for this project.
Yeah, I think that for this project to be built on this piece of land, the topo and the way it laid in there, and to try to save the trees on the perimeter, we shrunk it down to bring the houses closer together. So that was that's part of the reason. And then I feel that, that does this hurt anybody else's around the the city? These neighbors are just going to have front porches that are closer together. I don't believe it affects anybody else's homes or properties in the city. So yes, it is a variance, and that's what we're asking for. And we can work with having maybe not all of them get the variance, a percentage of them get the variance. We can work on different that one gets 6 foot, one gets 8 foot, one gets 4 foot. We could work on not having, if that's a concern about the houses being too close together or the porches being too close together, or something about the physical way that they lay on the land. If there's a concern about that, or the way they look, or the way that they interact with each other, I'm more than willing to work with the mayor and council on coming up with something that would make everybody happy if we could.
Our second condition for the city council to grant a variance says that such conditions, this extraordinary and exceptional condition, is peculiar to the particular piece of property involved. To the piece of property, not to. That's our requirement as in our city code. Now, the reason is I don't want to get into a debate as to whether our zoning code is valid, because we're in a rewrite about that. And if we don't like any of the zoning code, that's a whole issue. But the thing is, we currently do have zoning codes and zoning requirements. They're not fluid. We need to be consistent in an NR3 zoning code, which you are, and you've already gotten multiple variances on that. And now looking for more, it is as if our zoning codes just don't really mean anything here. And we have restrictions put on us as a city council as to what constitutes a valid reason for us to throw out the restrictions that we have put in our zoning code for a particular thing. If it causes undue hardship, I'd be interested to see how adhering to our zoning code as is would cause undue hardship, and how it is unique to this piece of property that you need to get granted because this piece of property is what it is. I mean, there are six requirements, criteria for a variance, and I honestly don't see this request meeting any of those criteria. And if you just feel that the restrictions for our NR3 zone just don't work for you, I don't think we can just not have them. We've already given multiple variances against the recommendations of planning and zoning.
Madam Mayor, I just want to add to that. I think what Council Member Hopkins is asking Mr. Baxwell, if I'm not mistaken, is what is the hardship that you're facing that you are asking for a variance? So can you explain to the council what is the hardship that you are having if you don't get this variance? Thank you.
Mr. Braswell. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Braswell.
Okay. You know, the hardship is that we're trying to build a better product. And so can we build it with a smaller front porches and make the houses smaller? We could. You know, there's debatable whether there's a true hardship here or not, or whether it was self-inflicted. We're just trying to build the best looking product that we can that meets the market needs as best it can. Does this affect anybody else's homes in Clarkston? I don't believe it does. But I think that being able to build these houses with the larger front porches and to have some variation in them, and if you look at other products that are built like this and this kind of concept, this is what people do. And they're trying to have people where they encourage outdoor living and outdoor space on their front porches is a good thing for the neighborhood. So could we pull the porches further into the house and make the living rooms and dining rooms a little bit smaller? We can do that. I mean, what we're trying to do is build a product that meets the market changes, and we're trying to, adhere to the code and our competition in other markets around Clarkston and DeKalb County, they're able to build the bigger front porches because they can extend into the front yard setback 8 feet. So, is it a self-inflicted or a hardship, or can we do it right? Truthfully, we can build it without it. But we're trying to build a better, nicer product than if it makes the overall development better and it doesn't hurt anybody, I don't see where it's a hardship on the city to grant it. So I could be wrong, and that's what to the mayor and council, that's what y'all are there to decide. If it hurts the community overall to give us this variance, I would think that in looking and rewriting your code, you might be probably going to go to the more encroachment anyway, because it's what most more building closer to the street and building more, larger front porches is the trend in most planning departments today. But anyway, that's respectfully request this variance.
Would you be able to meet
I have a question.
the goal if you just had 5 less houses on the project and still had the 8-foot, 10-foot porches, and you could have the house as big as you want as well?
I mean, if the homes, the streets and the infrastructure is already built in there. So to remove 5 homes today, then I'd have to redo the streets and rebuild it because of where the sewer lines and the storm lines and the water lines are. So I'm not sure if that helps or hurts, what we're trying to do, what would be the best for the community overall.
Councilwoman Johnson had a question or comment.
I have a question for Mr. Braswell. You basically stated at the beginning of this item that you made the houses larger as far as square footage, and now you need the variance to make the porch bigger. When you initially proposed these houses, and you got some variances already, you're saying now that supply and demand caused you to make the houses larger and now need a bigger porch? Is that what you said?
Partially, yes. You know, the market changed. The market is, you know, looking for a different. We were going to be smaller square footages. We've always really, you know, I thought the front porch was important, but truth, I'm trying to be completely honest all the time. Is that yes, the market changed a little bit. The houses needed to be, you know, what the market was looking for is a little larger house. You're not talking about. It's not going from 3 bedrooms to 5 bedrooms. They're still all three bedroom homes. I think we have a couple of 2-bedroom homes. But you know, that was sort of my point all along, is that we don't want to build big, you know, huge houses. They want to be smaller. So to go from 1,400 square feet to 18 to 2,000 square feet is not a huge jump. But did it go from 3 feet in the setback to, you know, 5 feet is not a huge ask either. But again, if you don't, you know, we're just respectfully asking that we can design these houses this way.
Okay, last question. So with this variance, you will be able to meet all of the other zoning.
Yes, ma'am. We're not going to change anything else. And from feedback we got at the planning commission, we dropped the tree thing. It was something that we got a lot of feedback that said that nobody wanted to change that. That's why we dropped it. And we plan on meeting all the other conditions. And we have met them all in the development of what we've been doing, what we've done.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from the council? Yes, Ms. Cowie.
I do have a consideration that the council should take to make sure that what Mr. Braswell is actually stating is a fact. We have not seen that plan that actually shows that the 24 conditions are being met. We would like to, if you're taking this under consideration, to actually see that, so you can consider openly the variance request, because as Councilwoman Johnson just asked, if you are increasing the square footage of the home in an NR3 zoning district, the buildable coverage can only be 50%. And with a 3440 square foot lot home, in some instances, that will not be able to be met. The house would have to be smaller if you're increasing it from 1,800 to 2,000. So there are other, a ripple effect from one granting of one instance that you will have to know that it will be satisfied in another area of our ordinance. So right now, we don't see completely the entire picture of what's going to be developed at this location. To actually see that will help you make a whole encompass better decision on even looking at a variance request for this location. But right now, we don't have that information based on what we see and what has previously been granted, from, you know, lot width to smaller lot sizes that are even smaller than what that zoning district requires.
Thank you for that clarification, Ms. Cowie. Mr. Braswell, when do you plan to give Ms. Cowie the document that she needs, that she's just talking about?
I believe the plan that we put together meets all those requirements. I just got to get it drawn up and get it labeled and give her the ratios. So I can get my engineer working on it this week. Today's Tuesday. I should hopefully have it, you know, pretty quickly. So, but I believe that what we've designed and what we're building it meets all those codes, meets those requirements. Because I believe it's 50% of can be impervious. So our driveways and our sidewalks don't count to our pervious areas. So I believe just adding this little bit of front porch will keep us in there. Will still be good. But I agree with Ms. Cowie. I mean, I'll give her a drawing that proves that's what we're doing, because we don't want to change anything else. This is the only thing. And if it comes up that we can only add 4 feet, you know, in some of the houses to meet that requirement, then that's what we'll do.
Okay. And when you give it to her, please, can you not give it to her like the day of the council meeting, so she has a little bit of time to look at it for us? I really appreciate that. Yes, ma'am. Yes, Ms. Cowie. What, did you have a comment, Ms. Cowie?
No, I was just agreeing with you, Madam Mayor. Yes, please.
Okay.
Get that.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councilwoman Hopkins.
In that the best indicator of performance is past performance. And as Ms. Kawi said, she just got these plans this morning. This also happened in 2019 that we got drawings that were not to scale the day of or the day before the council meeting. And it has also happened in other cities. I would like to request that this item be put off till the next meeting in July, so that we can get those drawings accurate that indicate meeting all of the criteria at least 2 weeks prior to the meeting.
Okay, I hear that. So we're doing discussion today, and so thank you for that. Oh, no, I said we're doing discussion today, and I appreciate that as far as a recommendation. Councilman Perkins, did you have something else that you wanted to say?
Yeah, I was just wondering, Mr. Braswell, what, within the current zoning requirements, what's the largest, what size front porch are you guys looking at currently? I think I missed that.
Yeah, I think the widest one would be 8 feet wide. So a couple of the designs, if you look at them, already recessed back into the house. To get a really usable front porch, it really needs to be 8 feet. And so that's what we're asking for.
I'm sorry, I was asking within the current, without having to request a variance, how big would your front porches be?
Right now we can, we've got some designs that they would be about 5 feet on one of the houses. They would be 3 feet on another one of the house designs. We would have to completely go back to the drawing board on the house designs again to try to come up with something. And then you end up trying to build over you end up having to put buildable space over the front porch, and having the front porch sort of recess into the building facade. And that's not really the look, that's not the cottage look. That's sort of what we're trying to do. And so,
sorry if you don't mind me interrupting real quick. So is your current design based on the assumption that you'll get this variance, or did y'all draw up designs outside?
Well, I drew some. We designed them thinking we were going to have smaller front porches and tried to work through that, So, but what I did was when we decided to submit for the variance, we designed some house. I just extended them out and showed the bigger front porches. So the house designs that we have, if we're going to have a big usable front porch, I need to either redesign the house or build smaller front porches. So, and that was a marketing determination we'll have to make if we don't get the variance. Does that make sense? And
so in your original design, you're saying the front porches are between 3 to 5 feet from door, front of building to the edge of the porch, correct? And that was, I'm having a little trouble tracking with.
I think originally with the cottages at East Avenue, they were cottages. And so the houses were much smaller, what was originally approved.
Okay. I mean, this, forgive me for being blunt, but it does feel like this is a little bit of sort of thrown together, especially with some of this documentation getting to Ms. Kawi today. So yeah, this doesn't, I'm not completely comfortable with, with this coming to the vote or having been proposed in its current state, the more I'm learning about it. So yeah, that's my comment.
Councilman Perkins. Council, I think we have covered a lot of okay, can you hear me now? Sorry.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay, so council, we have, I think, talked a lot about this, and we have pretty much covered everything. Is there anything else before I open it up to the public? Okay, so now we're going to let the public have an opportunity. Mr. Gomez, did we have anyone else signed up?
Yes, we have Mr. Medford and Ms. Hood, and then I believe we have 2 others with the raised hand.
Okay, so we will proceed with people who signed in, and then give the other people who have their hands raised an opportunity. And also when you make your comments, please also kind of say where you live, so we kind of have an understanding of who is speaking. You know, you're a resident of, so we have that for the record. And we'll start with Ms. Hood.
All right, have I unmuted myself?
Have unmuted yourself.
Thank you. I agree wholeheartedly that planning department needs to see a 2-scale development plan that shows all of the requirements of the zoning code being met and all of the requirements of the 24 conditions. It has been stated that there are visitor parking spaces behind either the carports or the garages, where the garages have been created instead of carports. The garages have been proposed instead of carports, but they are not shown on the plan, and they are not identified as to the size of the visitor parking spaces. So I agree that delaying this until next month so that all of this information can be prepared, so that planning and zoning can have an opportunity to verify compliance with the code and compliance with the conditions. And just individually, this development can have any size porch it cares to within the existing zoning code. It is the option of the developer to determine whether having an 8-foot porch within the allowed buildable area is more important than increasing the size of the units, as has happened. So there isn't a hardship, in my personal opinion. This is an option to build a larger unit on small lots and then want a variance because there's no longer room within the buildable area to have the size porch that is desired by the developer. Thank you. Susan Hood, Clydesdale Drive.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure we capture that. Mr. Medford, I'm sorry. Mr. Medford.
Yes, Brian Medford, Roland Street, Clarkston, Georgia. I'm not seeing a hardship here. I'm just not. All these decisions are self-imposed. The houses are still buildable as is. The previous plans were fine a long time ago. Now they're suddenly not. I'm just not seeing it. And as I brought up in the chat, if you're going to cover up now these larger porches, you're now messing with the permeability ratio, which the drainage system and the whole development was already designed around amount of drainage coming off these houses. So you may be pushing that drainage to the edge. And that was already a huge concern that people that live nearby. This isn't just, we just want bigger porches. It's going to add up across the entire development. It takes guts to come here and ask for all this. I hate to say it. I mean, the guy can't read a room. No insult, sir, but you should probably just be quiet and hope that the city doesn't come out there and start measuring silt fences. You had a good thing. You probably should just back off, take what you got, and roll with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Medford. Ms. McCormick.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. And just kind
Okay.
of say where you are so we'd have it for the records.
Yes, thank you. This is Ann McCormack, and I live at 918 Belglade Drive in Stone Mountain. My property line abuts this development on the unincorporated DeKalb County side. I think what you have to ask yourself, as Councilman Carroll pointed out, is does DeKalb County allow the 8-foot encroachment on a higher than higher density zoning that you are asking for, and it's going to increase an even greater density? So my question is, I think before you start comparing it to DeKalb County, you need to make sure that your zoning comparisons are applicable to what DeKalb County has. So I think that that should be investigated to make sure that DeKalb County would allow the 8-foot encroachment on a property size that's only 3,000 square feet. Now, I may be wrong, but I don't know of that being in the code. But DeKalb County has multiple more layers of zoning than Clarkston has. In reference to what Mr. Medford said about the pervious ground area, we are already at a loss of a huge amount of pervious ground area as it is. And the encroachment would then be covering up more of absorption area that is so important to this back area. And because it's abutting a floodplain and we already have flooding issues as it is. So I'm really concerned about that. We have a stormwater detention issue as it is because we've had greater erosion. I don't believe anybody has done anything about the sewer smell that Dunlea and Lagoon Court now have, now that that whole sewer area has been exposed. And I think that that should also be addressed by Clarkston and Clarkston environmental group there. The other issue I have is that the perimeter trees, I don't see any saving of perimeter trees of value. And in addition to that, the tree survey, I'm not sure if I'm reading this correctly, but you have a quantity of 79 trees and shrubs on your survey. And I believe the total amount on your survey was should be 156, which makes your replacement, which is supposed to be greater than 50%, maybe 30% native plantings. And most of the stuff that you've got listed there are listed on the most invasive species lists for the state of Georgia. And you're planting this stuff up against a green space and in close proximity of 40 oaks, which will allow for greater spread of the invasive species. The other issue I have here is, as people have said, I think that at multiple meetings, the statement about how the market doesn't support this kind of development has been stated and has been brought to your attention. And I don't believe that Clarkston and the surrounding areas should have to be impacted by the lack of decision making and market awareness that Oak Hall has now suddenly come to the realization of. And as for this doesn't create a precedence, any building and any kind of development makes a precedence for any other area that touches or is in close proximity of this development. Other than that, I really think that this should be denied. I think that Clarkston has given enough variances to this developer, and that at this point in time, I see no hardship other than the fact that he now is facing a different market because he was not aware. Not that Clarkston wasn't prepared, not that the neighborhood wasn't prepared. It was because he was not prepared. And I don't think that this should be approved based on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Demore.
Yes, the original proposal.
Stay where you're from.
I'm sorry, Dean Moore, yeah. Rayford Trail. I'm a resident of the city of Clarkston. And the original project was I know that everybody's mentioned that Planning and Zoning Commission did not approve it. And I just want to point out that the city staff did not approve it either. It was, and 3 members of the council voted against it, whereas 3 members of the council voted for it. And the mayor broke the tie and allowed it, and then came back and approved variances at that time that was outrageous for everybody. I don't think anybody else in the city of Clarkston would have voted for it. As a matter of fact, 2 of the members of the council are gone, and the mayor is gone now. So it's definitely in the best interest of Clarkston to read the room, go with the public. There's already been a design change that nobody was aware of that was approved or was not approved, but approved by the builder apparently, to change the carports to garages. You can build over a carport as well as build over a garage. It just requires different engineering. And this proposal was also not approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission or the city staff. So I encourage the council to vote against this variance. It doesn't meet the 6 criteria that we have in our ordinance, and it would be a mistake to approve this, especially without the information. I recommend that you table this until the next meeting, until this builder can bring the right information to the table to be honest with the city of Clarkston and the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. I don't see any other comments from the public. Okay, I see no other comments. Mr. Braswell, thank you for coming and bringing your request. I think you've heard from the community as well as the council, and then we will follow up from this request with a vote next week. And so we will have further discussions. So the question I have, I guess this is the biggest concern, is that, again, Ms. Cowie just got this today. And for her to be able to do her job effectively, she needs adequate time. And I'm a firm believer of not rushing her to make the appropriate recommendations to the council, because that's why we have her, to help us as we're making these decisions. That is I think one of my bigger concerns, and I heard that from some of the council members as well, that she have adequate time. So are you going to be able to have something for her, like, and that's the other issue. I don't want you to rush to create a design.
I mean, I believe we have it all done already. I mean, the final plat that we've got ready to submit, it shows all the setbacks and what the road size, all that. Really, all it's a matter of just putting these home designs on that plan, which we've done already. Really, it's measuring the ratios for impervious area and a couple of things that I think we can get to her very quickly. But again, I don't want to rush her either. She feels like she does not have time. If we can't get it done in a timely manner and get it to her, we can defer. And again, I lost audio and for a little while, so I didn't hear a bunch of comments. So I don't know what happened to my computer, but anyway, I will get the drawings done. I mean, everything we've ever turned into Ms. Cowie has been to scale. We've never submitted anything that wasn't a fully engineered plan that we thought was correct. We've never tried to mislead anybody by presenting something that was incorrect. So, but we will, I will get something to Ms. Cowie as quickly as possible. And if she does not have time to review it and feel comfortable with it, I will be glad to defer to your decision on when you would like to bring it back up. And I appreciate your time.
Okay, and thank you, Mr. Braswell. Thank you for understanding that piece as well. Thank you again. So with thank you. So with that being said, we will close this agenda item and now move to H5, which is to approve SPLOS project 04-B+C Trailhead Mel Avenue Roland Street temporary easement agreements. Mr. Gomez.
Thank you, Mayor. And this item related to the SPLOST project primarily along Roland Street is to approve these first 5 temporary easements. These are the majority of the street improvements, curbing, sidewalk, and eventually the road resurfacing will be on the city road, the city right-of-way. However, there are a few instances where we do need to, we will in essence encroach on private property. And that's why we're requesting approval of these temporary easement agreements for the project purpose, that construction. These are we are not compensating the property owners. The locations of these easements are listed on the screen. They're all 5 are currently on Roland Street between Lovejoy and Jolly Avenue. And again, as I stated, driveway reconstruction will be the majority of the work that will encroach upon private property. Once the construction is completed, then the easements or the right for the city and its contractors to access goes away. And I think Mr. Kaiser's still on there. Anything else to add regarding?
No, sir. Nope, that's it.
Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gomez. Council, did you have any questions about this item?
So just quick question. So this doesn't cost anything to the city?
No, we are not compensating the property owners. It's simply a legal type document that the private property owner is allowing the city and our contractors to temporarily be on their property and potentially make the improvements to the driveways as a result of the street construction.
I have one question, Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councilwoman Johnson.
Mr. Gomez, have we gotten any negative feedback from any of the residents that's being affected by the encroachment?
I don't believe so. I don't think they would have agreed to signing these if that was the case, but no.
Okay, thank you.
Great. No, and we have a resident on the line. Thank you very much, Mr. Medford. Any other comments from the council? Hearing none, Mr. Gomez, do we have it? Yes, Councilwoman Hopkins.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to verify all of these are between Lovejoy and Indian Creek.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all.
If there are no other comments or questions from the council, Mr. Gomez, did we have anyone signed up for this item?
Mr. Medford.
Okay, Mr. Medford.
I'd actually signed up for both H5s, but I'll speak on this one too. No, this is great. This is fantastic. Work's been going great. The workers are knocking things out. I went and talked to them yesterday. They've already cut the top of my driveway to get ready for everything to do. So we should be looking at new driveway aprons tomorrow, I heard from the workers, if weather permits. We've had no problem with them using their equipment in the yards or in the driveway or anything. Tempted to bring the guys out some popsicles at some point, but it's been very much appreciated seeing them work and carry on. Thank you.
And where do you reside, Mr. Medford?
I'm sorry, Roland Street, Clarkston.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anyone else signed up, Mr. Gomez?
No.
Okay, thank you. With that being said, we will close this agenda item and move on to, I guess we have.
It should be H6. Just
So
say
we
the
have-
second 5, which should be H6.
Let's say H5A. How about that? And so we have discussed DeKalb Regional Land Bank. Mr. Gomez.
And Mayor and Council, I don't have anything new on this item from last meeting. We had a request from a county commissioner, Commissioner Terry, to discuss this again. I don't know if he or anyone else from the county are on the line.
And I followed up with this one and asked that they reach out to our attorney about it. And so I'm not sure that they did. So with that being said, we can, unless the council has something else they want to talk about, we can just kind of recognize this item. And if we don't get any additional information, we can postpone it until next meeting.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
I did run into Commissioner Terry and Commissioner Johnson at the DeKalb County Juneteenth celebration last week. And so I think some of the questions that they were raising was whether or not they had enough buy-in to be able to move forward. And so I believe Lithonia is moving forward with it. And so I think given the concerns that have not been addressed by the city staff, and the lack of developable land that we have at this point, I think we thoroughly discussed this in our last work session. So, but I did want to provide that. It sounds like they were able to check their box.
And I appreciate that update. Thank you. Any other comments from the council? Hearing none, Mr. Gomez, do we have any comments from the public?
We have, I think, Mr. Medford again and Ms. Hood, unless, yeah, at least Mr. Medford.
Okay, Mr. Medford.
Yes, Brian Medford, Roland Street, Clarkston. Yeah, my concern, I guess, was just echoed by Mark. I've looked through almost probably every parcel in the city at one point or another on the tax rolls, and I'm not seeing much that the county could actually give to us. I love the idea of a land bank. I honestly do. I absolutely love the idea of a regional land bank. It's an amazing thing. I just, unless we annex and add some more square acreage to the city, there's so few little parcels that DeKalb County would partner us with. Most are easements, little strips of land, little tiny corners. It's not like we could, redevelop an area. It's not like we could do like a bigger city and purchase a undeveloped office park or something like that. Maybe if the county wanted to buy the old Mustang warehouse, maybe that. But I'm not sure where our benefit is. It's my only concern. I'm not against it. I'm just hoping there's a good benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. And so no other comments from the public at this time. With that being said, we will close this agenda item and move on to H6 for
H6.
Yeah. So we just discussed repeal ordinance 19-433 to remove late night sales of alcohol from restaurants. And Mr. Gomez.
So Mayor and Council, this item, we just had a discussion back in October of 2020 related to the late night sales alcohol ordinance adopted back on February the 5th of 2019. At that, the discussion for that meeting were concerns that had been raised both by residents and by city staff related to two establishments that were operating under this ordinance. The same two establishments continue to operate under this ordinance. As was discussed back in October of 2020, there were some concerns, and the concerns are listed, whether, again, additional excessive noise, trash, concerns over parking, businesses possibly not in compliance with the related ordinance that was adopted after regarding bona fide restaurants and the serving of 2 meals per day, related to COVID, possibly customers not wearing masks or observing the social distancing, indoor smoking, other than the fact that hookah is permitted at one location, and essentially the overall appearance of operating as a bar, lounge, nightclub, rather than a restaurant, which again, bars, nightclubs, lounges are not allowed in our city. Businesses that are restaurants, again, must comply with the city codes regarding serving as a restaurant. These concerns were reviewed, addressed with the businesses, and in essence, at least one of the establishments did make significant efforts to make the corrections. No issues with one. really just continued issues periodically with the second. However, as time went by since our discussion in October, some of the concerns have resurfaced. And again, some of the, as we identified in October, some of these concerns were not present or nearly as prevalent prior to the adoption of the late night sales ordinance, late night alcohol sales ordinance. So again, as listed on the screen, some of the concerns are, again, continued noise. We've discussed, we provided warnings. Also having outdoor signs, advertising, promoting the sale of alcohol inside the restaurant, having drink specials and other types of signage, just overall unlawful conduct on the premises, most of it during the late night alcohol sales, which again are after the 2 p.m. These restaurants that possess a beer, wine, or alcohol license for on-premise consumption are allowed to, under this ordinance, by meeting certain criteria, to continue to serve the alcohol until 4 a.m. And may remain open until 5 a.m. Again, that was the ordinance adopted back in February of 2019. Some of the, again, continuing with the list of just some of the concerns include purchasing from and sales to other than the license holders. So you must purchase your alcohol from under Georgia code and city code from a licensed wholesaler. This seems to have very recently ended, but we do have a way of reviewing that by virtue of reports and that we receive from the wholesalers. They are required under Georgia code to provide us a list that includes the establishments that are purchasing alcohol, as well as the quantities, the amounts, and the type that are being purchased. Under the late night sales, we've observed where they are required to have a post, state of Georgia post certified law enforcement officers, and occasionally that did not happen. If that is the case, the restaurants then may not be open after 2 a.m. Also, kind of with the outdoor signing, happy hour promotions, posting specials, selling hookah, and the last, or nearly the last, continuing, the principal business shall be the sale of food. At least 51% of the business receipts shall come from the sale of food. Must serve at least 2 meals per day. Must serve meals at least 6 days per week. That, again, we have mostly in compliance at one establishment, the other one not so much, as their sales were mostly open on the weekends. We recently completed an audit that determines essentially very minimal compliance to these ordinances, mainly the ability to verify that the food receipts totaled at least 51% of the business. And again, as I stated, one of the 2 establishments was really only open on the weekends, so not even open the 6 days a week required. Production of records under the audits section of our city code, the businesses do have, they were not maintaining the following required records: daily sales receipts showing liquor, beer, and wine separately, and daily cash register receipts such as Z-tapes. Also, one of the establishments has received 4 court summons for the code violations listed. I included in the item the premise behind the late night sales alcohol ordinance, really what the change was back on October of 19. There is a copy of that ordinance in the agenda item, but essentially we have one restaurant, and then included are just some examples of concerns that have been raised by the establishments. And essentially both of them give significant evidence and appearance that they are simply operating as bars, clubs, and a nightclub, or a lounge. And again, we currently do not allow that. They must operate as a restaurant. Again, staff's understanding that the city council has not allowed a bar, nightclub, or a lounge for a long time, and there are multiple reasons for that. But based on the city's observations, based on comments provided also by residents, a lot of these issues did not begin until this ordinance was adopted, allowing for the late night sales.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. And we do have, I guess, do we have the owners on the line?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Jimmy, would you like to say something?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of council, city council members and city managers. And this allegation, the complaints and the evidence present against the Passport Lounge didn't represent for the following reasons for us. The website that presented as evidence is not published or is not controlled by Passport Lounge. It is Manifier, is a delivery company that put the footage and the hours in there, and we try to cancel it. They send us a confirmation to cancel the website from their end. So if you go Google our restaurant, it will indicate that we're opening at 10 a.m. every morning, every day, 7 days a week. And we have the other issue that the business being harassed by complaints of sound and being harassed on next door. We've been hired. We've been harassed. We've been hired a shooter to shoot one of the residents of our neighborhoods, which is very, very bad allegations that we have. We complained for the next door, and the next door took measures throughout this, and we've been providing security and police officers throughout all this period of time when we are operating our business. And we have evidence that being checked 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. every night by DeKalb County Police and by Clarkston Police. We have paperwork that they're checking the noises to make sure there's no noise coming out from the establishment. And based on that, we took out our base system, and we took out the parking lot, that parking on the street. We put cones every night to provide that, and we clean the parking lot every mornings to make sure that there is no trash outside. And we put live video that can record voices and as well as videos that can provide for the police department that what's going on inside the establishment and outside the establishment. And we are following the rules that city give us. Each rules we follow it. We never have no issues. We don't have we never violent, no city codes. And I've been meeting 2 or 3, 4 times Mr. Gomez at night, try to make sure provide for his resident, make sure there's no noise coming out. I made him 4 or 3 times. And while I made him, there was no sound, but still resident was complaining about noise. Even 2 weeks ago, it was a noise complaint. And one of the issues that we have is we have a neighborhood that apartments, there's heavy traffic. And I've seen and I witnessed it myself, resident drive coming in and out constantly at night with the music blasting on. And that's all I can say right now.
I'm sorry.
Hello?
Thank you, Mr. Jimmy. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And then, thank you. Now, do we have the owner of Doghouse? Mr. Gomez, do you know if the owner of Doghouse is?
No, I have no idea. There's some numbers on here that I don't know, or at least one number, and some names I don't know. So I have no idea.
Okay. All right. Thank you. At this time, we'll allow the council to address this and answer any questions. Council, who would like to start?
I would like to start, Madam Mayor.
Okay, Councilwoman Johnson.
Okay, and the reason, and let me just tell you why I chose to put this item back on the agenda is because I needed everyone to be aware of what the definition of a bona fide restaurant is, because that was the most important thing for us. We wanted everybody to conduct business according to our ordinances. And a bona fide restaurant, you have to serve 2 meals a day. It can be lunch, breakfast, dinner, at least 5 people, 5 orders. And you have to do it between the lunch hours, the breakfast hours, and the dinner hours. If your business is not open during these hours, you can't be serving breakfast, lunch, or dinner. And you have to do this for 6 days a week. Now, the initial ordinance we did, they did not just make a provision to allow late night establishments, late night alcohol sales. They created an ordinance, an entire ordinance that gave precedent to anyone that wanted to utilize this service. And this was in 2019. So at this point, you guys have had 2 years to perfect this concept and to basically prove to us that you are a bona fide restaurant trying to conduct business in the city of Clarkston. So at this time, we just felt that enough was enough of the violations, basically. So what we're wanting to do right now is to repeal Ordinance 19-433 and revert back to Section 3 of our Ordinance 3-29, which basically takes the operating hours back to 2 a.m. I have witnessed loud music. I have seen marquees in front of buildings with advertisements, and I've actually seen naked flyers on the side of the road. I've actually collected some of them. So in order to do business as a restaurant in the city of Clarkston, you have to maintain or go by our ordinances. So at this time, we felt that to take these privileges away from the businesses that were violating was only befitting to the community. So at this time, it's basically, it's like we're just trying to conduct business in the right manner in the city of Clarkston.
Let me, Miss Council, we didn't broke any laws. We providing breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So we don't have anything that you're saying against us. We do what the city say. That's why we have our employees on the line. They kind of speak for themselves. And we are opening 10 a.m. every day, 7 days, not 6 days, providing city of Clarkston residents with what they need.
We can't hear you, Madam Mayor.
Talking. Thank you for that comment, and thank you, Mr. Jimmy, for your comment as well. Were there any other council members that would like to say something?
I would like to speak as well.
Yes, Councilwoman Hopkins.
I was not on the council, but I was attending meetings when this first passed in 2019, and I did support it at the time. I'm one of those sort of idealists that think about, what about the medical personnel that are working odd shifts? Don't they deserve a place to come have a quiet drink after work as well, even if they don't get off until 3 a.m? And so I thought it would provide a service for Clarkston that would be a benefit, that would have no downside, because I was thinking of it as a restaurant where you could get a glass of wine with dinner and enjoy a quiet hour before you go home, perhaps after work. It's been 2 years now, and I think it's just time that we do need to stop and say, is this ordinance, did this experiment bring something to the quality of life in Clarkston that is a benefit to the community or not. And without, whether people are adhering to the rules or not, it's not the point. Is this giving the best quality of life for the whole community? And I don't feel it is. And I do want to say to Jimmy, like yours, well, I don't know anyone at the doghouse, but as you say, you're employing 15 people. You are a long-term resident of Clarkston yourself. If the city can do something towards like a pro-business organization to help drive more customers in there in the daytime, I would love to participate in that. To get you a solid amount of daytime, lunchtime, breakfast business. But the late night alcohol is simply, I believe, not bringing any benefit to Clarkston. And it was an experiment that did not work to better the quality of life overall for most people in Clarkston.
Council members.
Can I speak, or anybody?
Okay, you can go ahead and speak, Mr. Jimmy.
Yeah, what I was asking is, in what determination that we get all this information, that who's saying what, and what evidence that we have that we're not satisfying our residents.
I know we've had lots of noise complaints. We've had trash complaints. I've observed noise, trash. We've had some crime. We had a shooting. We had customers come out and wreck the decorative fence one evening. We had a fight recently, an arrest made for marijuana possession. I could go on and on. I mean, that's what's happened. Not saying that it's happening every day or every night. And I would stipulate this establishment has taken significant steps to comply. There is no doubt about that. But clearly, I would agree with comments made by the two council members that it's a lounge, it's a nightclub. Any way you look at it, that's what it has become late at night. Also using, I even mentioned the other day that they couldn't use parking that is public parking. They were using the public parking when I advised the security officer and one of the employees that the parking on East Ponce that was recently resurfaced in front of the tire shop next door, that's public parking. It cannot be used for that establishment or any establishment, even the tire store exclusively, or to reserve it for parking for patrons. They can use it, it just can't be reserved. So again, the just significant observations, and again, by the two establishments that have been open after this ordinance was adopted, that just lend to the fact that they are operating after late night, essentially after midnight, 2 a.m. as a bar, lounge, and a nightclub.
Do you have any? Jimmy, Mr. Jimmy, hold on. I'm going to let the council speak, and then I'll let you know when you can speak, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Council, did you have any other comments? No other comments. Councilman Perkins.
I might have some questions or comments. I'm interested to hear what members of the public have to say. So would it be possible to kind of circle back after we hear some input from the public?
Exactly, we can do that. And Mr. Gomez, who signed up to speak?
We have Mr. Medford.
All right, Mr. Medford, state your address.
Yes, Brian Medford, Roland Street, Clarkston, Georgia. Like Councilwoman Hopkins mentioned before, I was at the meeting when this was approved back in 2019. I got up and spoke in favor of it. It has not turned out how I think we thought it would. I think Susan said failed experiment. It seems like it was an experiment. It was idealistic. I don't think it's really turned out the way that any of us thought that it was going to, because we thought it would be just like things were at the time, and it would just be a later night. And it seems like things have just transformed. I think the original idea was good, but where it was run to after that was not where we thought it was going to go. So I think it's time to repeal it and take a look at it and see where, if we do enact this again, maybe do it a little differently. So revisit it in a little while, think about it, and see where to go. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Gomez, who else signed up?
Mr. Marcuse.
Mr. Marcuse, and state the street and where. You don't have to put your street number.
Yes, Madam Mayor, members of council. So Michael Marcuse, on Mel Avenue, Clarkston. So first of all, just to be clear, yes, the Ponce Lounge has made a lot of, has taken a lot of steps in terms of soundproofing and so on. Absolutely, I will recognize that. That would be the fair thing to do. Having said that, there is a lot of noise that happens in connection with that business that wouldn't be happening if that business wasn't there and wasn't an all-night bar. Okay. Case in point, the Texaco across the street basically serving as their parking lot, and a lot of times I get awakened by, I was just hearing it now, by the way, just awakened by noise and subwoofers and loud music from there. Now, the reason I link it to the Ponce Sports Lounge because it's usually customers either coming or leaving. So it's something that wouldn't be happening otherwise. Now, just to bring it back to the reasons why this should be repealed is we have to take a look at, okay, so the reason there's a zoning issue, if you want to put it that way. It's one thing to live next to a restaurant, and it's another thing to live next to an all-night bar. A bar and a restaurant are not the same. That's why the alcohol license is a restaurant alcohol license, right? Now, living next to a restaurant would not be a problem. The problem is that even say, let's take a restaurant that completely plays by the rules, okay? After a certain time, after dinner's been served and done, it becomes a bar with this ordinance, because the only thing it's going to be doing, until 4 in the morning is basically serving alcohol, right? So for all intents and purposes, even a restaurant becomes a bar. Even if the rules were being followed to the letter. And that's one of the biggest flaws in that ordinance, is the fact that now you're not looking at, okay, where is this establishment? Again, if you have a restaurant that's right next to a residential area, that's not a problem. If you have a late night bar, that is a problem. And even a restaurant would become a bar at that point. So that's one thing. The other problem is, even for this to ever have a chance of working, you would have to have really good enforcement. And I haven't seen that, okay? It's taken 2 years of complaints, of issues, to get to the point where an audit was actually done. So personally, as a resident, I don't trust the city with this kind of ordinance. I think it's just, first, the ordinance itself is flawed. And secondly, I don't trust that the city will stand up for the residents with this kind of ordinance. So that's another issue in my mind with this ordinance. And that's basically the point, okay? I've have firsthand experience here because, again, I've lived across from the Ponce Sports Lounge. And like I said, yes, there's been efforts for sure, and I want to recognize that, to reduce noise. But again, just by the nature of the business and because it became a lounge. And by the way, let's be clear. Okay, just want to address a couple things. Opening at 10 a.m. is not serving breakfast. First of all, that's not what the ordinance says. Yeah, I can see what's going on at 10 a.m. There is nobody eating breakfast at 10 a.m. Okay.
But you just have to say.
Exactly. So anyway, that's what I see from where I'm sitting, and on a very good, unfortunately, a very good vantage point.
And Mr. Gomez, who else signed up? And I would ask, and before you do that, unless you're speaking, unless I recognize you, I need for everyone to mute your phone or mute your lines so that we're in accordance. And thank you very much. Now, Mr. Gomez, who else is scheduled to speak?
Miss Susan Hood.
Okay, Ms. Hood, please state your street and where you're from.
Yes, thank you. Susan Hood, Clydesdale Drive, Clarkston. I think it's, number one, abundantly clear that this experiment has failed. It has not improved the quality of life in our city. As a good friend of mine once said, nothing good happens after 2 a.m. And I think that this ordinance has proved that. So I strongly recommend that it be repealed. And my second point is, having read all of the attachments that the city manager has put together, in addition to the things posted on Facebook or Instagram or wherever, I think that the city needs to look strongly at whether one or other businesses that are functioning as a club should be keeping their liquor license or their business license. This seems to be sort of the Wild West over here when it comes to adhering to even the regulations related to a restaurant. So I think enforcement and real consequences would be required. But from the standpoint of the item before the council, I recommend that this be repealed. Thank you very much.
Mr. Gomez, who else signed up?
We have Estejane Adgo.
I'll go. Would you care to speak? State your address and where you live.
It's listed as Estejane's iPhone. I've asked
Estejane's iPhone.
unmute.
We'll come back to that person. Who's next?
Those are all the ones that signed up. You have a hand up. I'm sorry, the first hand up, Dean Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Yes. Back in 2012 and 2013, talking about history again, we looked at the situation of the restaurants where we had a 60-40 agreement or ordinance required 60% food and 40% alcohol. And we met with the restaurant owners and determined that we would concede to them the 51-49 mix. It should be pretty easily verified if the restaurants are conducting business as specified. So we figured that was a pretty easy thing to enforce. I'm surprised that we're not able to get on top of it yet, but the decision to extend the drinking until 4 in the morning really presents a lot of problems for enforcement. And making sure that nobody's served alcohol after 4 o'clock in the morning. I understand that's an issue at one or two of the places. And so I hope that the council will reverse this and that the city will proceed with making sure that the ordinances are being met and the ratios are being met and the alcohol regulations are being met, and that the council will consider in the future not passing things like this in consideration for the burden that it does place on the staff and police enforcement to be able to verify these things. We've gone through a couple of years of serious inconvenience for Michael and the residents around these businesses that are creating a nuisance and damage to city property. And it was ill-advised, I thought, as well, because DeKalb County had pulled back their drinking hours because of serious problems in a lot of their communities. And I mean, I like the idea of people being able to get a drink after they get off work at 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, if that's the case, and having all night alcohol available to them if people are acting like adults and acting reasonably, but that doesn't seem to be the case here. So I recommend reversing this and moving forward on enforcement of the ordinances that do exist. So thank you.
Thank you. Who's next, Miss? I
So
think
those are all the ones that we have hands raised. The first one was Jackson Bernard.
okay, Mr. Bernard. State your address and if in what city you're from.
Actually, I'm security for Ponce. Can you hear me? Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Manager Mr. Gomez and all other members of the board. But we try to make sure that everybody comes there to have, a great time while they eat. They have, of course, we do serve alcoholic beverages, but most people that come there, they come there for the actual food. Anytime I'm up front, I'm checking everybody, making sure there's no firearms that's allowed inside. They come and ask, the first question that they ask, do you have good food? Of course, the answer is always yes. Now, also, as far as like the noise ordinance and everything like that, we try our hardest to make sure we stay on top of that. Closing, we have a double tier door system where we have first door you go through, you shut that door, you can go to the next door, and we shut the door behind ourselves if we have to go outside in the back. Okay, so the gentleman that lives across the street, we try to make sure we adhere to all of his his concerns as far as noise complaints. Most of the noise complaints that I'm pretty sure he does hear are from the text code. But most of that traffic that comes through there is not really us all the time, because it's been really slow lately. We just started picking up. So a lot of that traffic, it belongs to the coin machines, or the lot of machines that's inside the store, and people who hang out in front of the gas station and everything like that. It's been a couple of times where I wanted to actually go across the street and handle some issues that were uprising at the time when there was no police, no present. But of course, I can't do that. I can't leave my post. But at the same time, though, I mean, I'm just defending, what we have going on, what we built, and what we stand for as far as trying to adhere to your rules, laws, and regulations. I mean, we do try to make sure that we adhere to everything. The city manager, Mr. Gomez, asked us not to reserve any parking spots for the public parking in the front. We adhere to that. The only spot we do reserve is for the police officer, because we have a reserved spot in front of Ponce. A lot of police officers do not. They choose not to park there because of their own. I guess that's what they don't want to do. They want to be safe in their own spot, which is reserved for them. I mean, so we try to give them that, to make sure that they do feel safe. But as far as people, drinking past 4 o'clock or actually alcohol being served past 4 o'clock, we actually we implemented a system where we actually make sure we get all the drinks off the table at 3:30. So there's nobody drinking past 3:30 at all, point blank period. It's harsh that we stay on top of that. If we catch anybody serving any alcohol, if any one of the servers or bartenders want to be, supporting it, then they end up getting released for the reason of making sure that we do stay in compliance with your ordinances and everything you guys want us to do. But that's all I have for you. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bernard.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Gomez.
So we have Mike T. Mike T.
Mr. T.
Hello,
Please state your address and what city.
Clarkston, Plantation Circle, Michael Shot. So way back then, I actually went to support this because I figure, instead of going to a different city to drink, drinking on my own city would be good. And it was good. I mean, I like to have, a neighborhood bar, not far from the house. You can go have a good time, stay up a little bit late. But I'm hearing a couple different things in here. I'm hearing ponds. I've been in ponds daytime. I've been in ponds at nighttime. I've been in ponds at late. I eat multiple dinners over there before. But I feel like you guys are opening at a loophole for other businesses to come in, not just to be like ponds, but to be a club. And y'all comparing that to ponds. That's how I feel like. 2 meals, you said one person saying 2 meals, one person say before 10 o'clock is not breakfast. I think the city need to focus on defining what is what rather than in general addressing these issues. I hear Doghouse being open, I say 2-3 days, and I heard Mr. Jimmy saying he's opening up 6 days. So or 7 days. So what is the definition of this restaurants and clubs and how we can stop this other new establishment popping up in our city using a legitimate restaurants loophole to open up rather than us, going against from what I'm hearing right now. I didn't hear from Doghouse, from Mr. Jimmy. He actually following the stipulation y'all wrote, right? The stuff everybody voted on. So it's not very clear because one person saying one thing, the other person saying something else. So why are we penalizing establishments that are operating that we vote for? If establishment like that open again, we should vote for them, not discourage them. The neighborhood bars, the neighborhood restaurants versus this new clubs popping up everywhere, only open 2-3 days to get an action of this ordinance. We should be focusing on that versus penalizing existing businesses that try to work with the city. That's all. That's my point. I don't think a person who's drinking at 2 o'clock and a person drinking at 3 o'clock, I don't think there is any difference to it. Okay. If a person is going to be wild, he's going to be wild at 2 or 1:59 versus he's going to be at 3 o'clock. But rather than that, instead of addressing these issues and let them follow the guidelines and enforce the guidelines. Don't create no loophole for this clubs to be open that are opening 2 days only. If they're a restaurant, just like you said, y'all say serve 2 meals, 3 meals, let them serve the alcohol. We need to have a neighborhood bar, a neighborhood restaurant. I don't want to drive across the city to drink and come back and get an accident or go to the city and something happen. I want to stay in my city, my neighborhood.
Thank you, Ms. T.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
No, thank you. Thank you for your comments. Mr. Gomez, I think, is it
Zelida or Zelida?
Zelida?
Yeah, good evening, Madam Mayor, council officials, and Mr. Gomez. My name is Alida. I reside at Andrew Jackson Drive, Clarkston. I'm one of the managers at Pawn Sports Lounge, and following on what Mr. Jackson and Jimmy himself said, I would like to let the other officials know that what we've been doing so far to minimize the noise complaints and all of that, each day, every day at 9 p.m., we set up cones and no parking signs in front of 2 houses that are down the street to minimize, definitely to stop cars parking in front of those houses. I actually came up with the lock sheet with the help of Clarkston City police officer, to help for them to walk down to those 2 houses at 2 a.m. in the morning and at 4 a.m. in the morning to kind of go there to see if the noises are coming out of our building or not. We have 2 subwoofers that we don't use at all. And I know Mr. Gomez is aware of it, that he told us that, he mentioned that we don't operate as a restaurant, but I hand delivered him a 2-year of records that shows our food sales are really higher than our liquor sale. And each and every day, except Saturdays, I shut the bar down at 4. Saturdays, I shut it down at 2:50 a.m. Like Mr. Jackson said, any of those days except Saturday, we remove any alcoholic beverage from the tables at 3:30. Saturdays by 3:10, no liquor whatsoever. So those are the key points that I would like to bring up in this meeting, to just only, to let everybody else know that we are definitely following all the city ordinance. We've went beyond to actually installing a door at the back exit that definitely helps out with the noises that come out of the building. We don't allow any customers or anybody else other than employees to go through the back door. Now, there may be some noises coming out of the front, but it's that's a constant traffic, people going in and out. So the door has to be open at least for a second or two. So it's definitely understandable. People say noises are coming out of the front. But one key thing I would like to mention again is the fact that we have police officers to walk down to 2 different houses. And I keep the log, I make sure I get the log at the end of the night. And on each log, I make sure if there is anything, so far has been 0, no complaints. And I've talking to a couple of police officers, I don't know which house exactly that brings up the noise complaint, but I've had the police officers, I've asked them if they could actually, with the permit of the resident, to actually walk into the house or the premises to see if they actually can hear sounds coming out. Now, again, the person that was putting the complaint didn't allow the police officers to do so, which is understandable. Now, for the noises that come from the Texaco gas station, I don't think we personally have to be responsible for that, even though I've asked police officers to go handle certain things. Their response was, I'm stationed at your property, that's not your property, there's nothing I can do, which is definitely understandable. And I don't think we should be penalized or can be compared to other businesses that are not following the city rules or the city ordinance, just so we can be an example. I don't think that's fair to us because, 1, we are providing an amazing service to the community, to our city. 2, we're actually creating job opportunities for people that live in the city. If it wasn't for Jimmy, I wouldn't have a job. If it wasn't for Ponce, none of us would have an establishment that we actually like and adore and take responsibility every day. So
Thank
I think
you, and
you,
thank you for your comments.
you're welcome, Madam Mayor.
I appreciate that. Thank you for your feedback and thank you for all that you've been doing. So I thank you. Mr. Gomez, the next person I think is
Marissa.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. State your street and what city.
Okay, I actually live off of Mill Avenue and I'm also an employee of Ponce. I work day shift. Sometimes I do work at night as well. I just wanted to say we are we're in compliance with everything. We work hard to give to our community. As far as even personally, my grandfather and my mother, they also live off of Mill Avenue, and they personally go up there as well. I know my granddaddy loves it up there. But as far as like the complaints and whatnot, again, we do try our best to just make sure we just follow all the rules. I know, like I said, I know personally we do function as a restaurant. I'm there I'm there at early in the morning and I'm already serving people food and going about their day, as well as whenever I do work nighttime. We do have people that, get off at the bus stop and get off work late and they're just like, I just want some food and I just want a little drink real quick and I just want to go home. And I personally love having a neighborhood bar, but also it did give me a job opportunity as well because I lost my job due to COVID, and it was something convenient to me as well as, I'm close to my family. And to me, I personally love Ponce. It's like a family to me. And so, yeah, I just wanted to kind of put my input. I do know like there is a lot of things that do go on at Texaco and that we do not have control over. But as far as us, we are doing our part in every way. And I just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you so much for your comment. I appreciate you. We appreciate all your family patronizing too. So thank you. Mr. Gomez, who's next?
The last one, Salam Bedada.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. And just
Okay.
state your address and what city.
Okay, I live in 1608 Mill Avenue from Clarkston. Thank you, Mr. Gomez and all the city councils. I am one of the medical professionals that the other council mentioned. I work late at night and it's really pleasant to have a place to go eat and have a glass of wine. I just don't see why I should drive all the way to the city to get a drink or dinner when I work late at night. I also have a lot of friends that drive Uber. They work late at night because that's when they make money. And once they're done, they live in Clarkston. I think they should be able to have a place where they can go dine and have a glass of wine. So I think we should have restaurants slash bar in our neighborhood because it does improve our quality of life. We work late at night, we have stressful nights, and we like to go out to eat. And it has been a blessing having Ponce open. I have never been at the doghouse, so I don't know what that's like, but I can speak for Ponce and it's been a great place. I'm a frequent customer. I also go during the day to pick up food and I see customers eating, dining. I think it's an official restaurant and we should have that restaurant in our neighborhood because it's going to be hard for us to drive all the way to the city and drive back at 3 o'clock in the morning. I get off at work most of the time around 2 o'clock and I get to the place around 2:30, 2:45. So that's all my inputs to this situation.
Thank you for your comment.
All right, thanks.
And you know what, Mr. Jimmy, I'm gonna give you an opportunity to say something.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I understand all the concern that we have, our citizens that concern to us, and I just want to say, I'd like to say one thing that all the incident that happened, most of them occur outside the establishment, not inside the establishment. We cannot control over outside the establishment. We apply for valet parking so people don't have to park behind our building, behind or next to the Texaco. So we can control everybody that come in front of our door. So if we get a valet parking license, that will help a lot, that we're not gonna have nobody driving around try to look for parking. So we will handle all the patient at the front door, and all this hopefully it will resolve by getting a valet parking.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
And council, I know everybody wanted to circle back. Council, I wanted to make sure if you had any comments at this time.
Madam Mayor, I have a
Madam
question for Mr.
Yes.
Gomez.
So I'm gonna let Councilman Perkins and then Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Gomez, just a quick question. You mentioned that Ponce City Lounge did make an effort to comply. Are they currently in compliance with our ordinance?
They have made numerous efforts to comply, and they have complied throughout the last, at least within the last year and a few months, but periodically they revert back, particularly on the noise, occasionally on the traffic, occasionally on trash. But overall, they have been complying. When we've addressed concerns, issues, they have responded. That is what they have done. Currently, when I requested documents from the audit, I received the documents that I requested, but I did mention to the owner that I needed to receive to verify to somehow verify daily sales. They provided monthly summaries from a point of sale system by the categories for beer, liquor, and food. And so those reports, which again are monthly reports, and they utilize those to file their monthly liquor excise tax to the city, and then their quarterly report that they are required by ordinance to file. They are completing the monthly tax form utilizing the data from those reports, which are compiled in a type of a point of sale system. What they did not provide, which I had a verbal discussion with the owner, was to somehow verify that data. And that data, that monthly sales data, can only be verified by looking at the daily activity and the processes that they use to compile that daily activity. But again, it's been, they will comply, they've done what we've asked them, but periodically then it reverts back. And then we receive a concern, again, mainly regarding the noise, the trash, the traffic, are what the main concerns have been. As I mentioned, we've had a few incidents. Just last week, there was a fight inside the club that I think led to outside, but that I stated led to, I believe one person was cited again for marijuana possession. But overall, I mean, they have complied. We had an incident regarding where they did pay a Clarkston officer that did not end up working. They were holding a special, if I recall correctly, over the 4th of July weekend, and then did not have it, had requested for the extra duty officer, and then our extra duty officer received the payment, even though they only worked maybe 1 or 2 hours, but they were paid for the full time. Again, we spoke with the officer that they should not have accepted that. There just have been little incidents that occur periodically. They do correct them, then it reverts back. It's just, again, incidents, activities that were not happening for the most part prior to the adoption of this ordinance.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gomez.
Did you have another question, Mr. Perkins? Councilman
Yeah, more of an observation. You know, I mean, I think it's, you know, sounds like a little bit bigger, you know, picture than an individual audit, which is, you know, beyond, you know, singling out one, you know, in a particular establishment to whether or not this is, you know, there's sort of uncontrollable aspects to, you know, to having these hours extend. You know, that do have an impact on the rest of the community as well. And it sounds like an administrative burden on the city in terms of being able to check for compliance on some of these issues. In terms of the, you know, I'm just interested in terms of the impact on the establishments as well. You know, we're only talking about a 2-hour rollback. How is that going to impact you guys operationally?
Will impact us the whole entire system, because daytime we're paying employees $20 and $15 per hour, and we're serving probably 5-6 meals. Most of the sale come after 1:30 to 2:30, 3. Most of the people that come, most of the food go out that way, especially when we get to close. We have online food, a lot of food going out, and we have people that come and order food is a lot. Because of the area that we're into is more foreign people, and more of them work at the gas station, more of them work at the medical field, and more of them work at the companies that that release them around 12 or 1 a.m. So most of the time, that's what people come and order a lot of things from us. So that's why I'm here to just explain what's going on.
And my understanding, thank you, Jimmy. My understanding is we're just rolling back the alcohol sales portion of this. Would there be anything that would prohibit food delivery or anything else? You know.
Yeah, we do everything we can do. We do everything that we can try to get revenue from food. That, you know, most of the people, they don't want to pay $10, $15 for delivery fees right now. It's very expensive. So people that want to come and experience, you know, drink some wine and smoke some hookah and eat their dinner and breakfast. This is the only establishment that Clarkston has beside the adult entertainment. If you don't want to go to adult entertainment business, if you don't want to go to there to eat or to drink or to smoke hookah, the only establishment that you have in Clarkston is Palms. I don't go to adult entertainment place. A lot of people don't go there. So the only place they have is Palms to come and to just enjoy and just listen to the music and eat their food and smoke their hookah and go home. This is the only place they have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Yasu.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. And I was in the City Council when we passed the ordinance, and the rationale was, as was stated previously, was to accommodate some of our residents that actually came and thankfully spoke today as well, that work late, and also it was done with lots of restrictions. It wasn't just a free, open, you know, do whatever you want to do. They were supposed to have a police officer starting from 11 p.m., which no other restaurant is required to. That would supposedly help with safety. I think the only unintended thing that I see is the noise concerns, and in retroactive now, when I think about it, probably the best compromise at this point could have been to not to have any music at the late hours of sale, besides food and drinks, there should have been no music probably. I think that would have alleviated, there should be no music at all. And that would have probably, at this point, would have not been talking about this issue. And I also want to speak about the burden and on our staff. I am actually not a proponent of the whole idea of trying to count how many food, how many breakfasts is sold, how many lunch is sold. I believe that if a restaurant is not selling food, I'm pretty sure it's not going to continue. It would definitely fall off, and it would not continue surviving. And last but not least, I want to mention that these issues became more problematic during the pandemic. As we know it, more people were probably staying late, I guess. I'm not sure, but or the noise, people were staying home and are actually paying attention to the noise more, I guess. But this is just unintended thing when we talk about the noise issue. So I feel even if at this point, if there is a consensus with the council, I would strongly believe that we could remove the music and we could tell them no music after the late hours time, and they could sell food and drinks, but probably there should be no music, period, and that would alleviate the whole concern. That's all I want to say. And I have actually tried last year to set up a meeting between the concerned citizen and the restaurant, and then there was no issues for about a month. Then it came back. So I think at this point, I definitely understand that our residents want to have a piece of sleep, and they definitely deserve to have a peaceful sleep. But I also believe that we could create a way where we could make sure that both parties are, it's a win-win for everybody. If we could create that environment. And one big other concern I have is a lot of the audit is for sales during the pandemic, which is really concerning to me because as we know it, we are still in pandemic. Still restaurants are actually hurting. And restaurants are one of the business that are actually the very last ones who will recover from the pandemic, and they've been the ones who've been hurt from the pandemic. So I just hope that this would not also hurt more businesses. So, and especially I'm not really going to speak about the other business. They're not even here. I guess apparently they don't really care if we have it or not. So, yeah, that's all I want my piece. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Are there any other council comments?
I have a question.
Yes, Councilwoman Hopkins.
For Jimmy, I just want to make sure that I understand. Am I correct in asking, you don't allow anyone under 21 at any time of the day?
No, ma'am.
Not
No,
for
ma'am.
lunch, not 10 o'clock in the morning? And that's
No.
of the hookah? Like,
Because that's the hookah. The hookah is serving after 10 p.m. Even though we're serving after 10 p.m., we're not allowing nobody under 21, and we just want to make sure everybody that come that establishment, they will understand this is a smoking establishment. So that's for that purpose. We put it at the door, saying hookah smoking establishment, no one allowed under 21.
So I'm confused. How is that, I guess, equitable, or how does that not make it a restaurant? I guess that's just a rhetorical question. But that seems more restrictive. That's what a restaurant would do for one. But I wanted to Mayor and council, comments that Vice Mayor Yasu made. The Ponce Sports Lounge revenue has significantly increased from July 2020 through the present. And I know that because I have, again, their monthly sales totals. So if they've been, I mean, it has significantly increased. They're not the only one. Other restaurants, some restaurants have increased, including and as well as the adult entertainment establishment in the city. Their sales have significantly increased. In 2019, right after the ordinance was adopted, the Ponce Sports Lounge was averaging roughly about $45,000 in sales throughout most of 19. And then through 2020, again, they stopped selling for the months that we were closed. But after that, their sales have doubled from that number. So just to provide some additional data regarding the business.
May I just wanted to finish that questioning. So if you're an adults only entity, that does sort of fly in the face of being a restaurant, I would think, because
of the hookah rule that Clarkston has. That's the problem. If you serving hookahs, your establishment had to be over 21.
Now that hookah license was originally belonged to a business in the same building, is that right? Is that?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
But it was a separate business.
No, it wasn't. The separate business is we about to close it.
I'm sorry. I mean, initially, when the hookah license was addition. Okay.
No.
Maybe Councilman Ayaso has information.
Can I explain, Councilmember Hopkins? That age restriction was placed again as a compromise to make sure that no young people would go inside there, because it wasn't just for hookah at Ponce or any other place, only for all indoor smoking locations, including the strokers. They were supposed to be only allow only people who are over 21. So that restriction was placed for that purpose, so that they could only allow only adults in their business.
But I think the difference is strokers is aware that they're an adult entertainment entity. Like that, what their license is. They are adult entertainment. Now, I think they also serve food. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong.
They do.
They also serve food. They also serve alcohol, but they allow smoking because they are adult entertainment, and no one under 21 is allowed in there. But that's a separate license. So that's why we're, and I think we could look at some point in the future. I'm not against having bars, and I think we could look at bars. It's just that we have not built it into our zoning code right now. If we decide at some point we do want to have a freestanding bar, we have to decide how much parking they need, how much space they need, how far they need to be from residential. We have to consider all of those things. And I think what is happening here is that we have like accidental bars, and that's just not healthy, because it means we're sort of violating our own city code because we're having bars and then saying we don't have a bar. And we haven't considered all of those things. We haven't taken into consideration the parking and the space needed for noise and stuff. We'd have to think about where we would carve out space for one in this town, because we're very tiny. But you have a whole separate set of considerations for a bar. And I'm definitely not against bars, but I'm kind of against accidental bars when we specifically have said we're not going to zone for it. And I think we thought we could do this till 4 a.m. and have it be like a restaurant. But if you go into Ted's Montana Grill or Houston's or any other restaurants in town, you don't have problems with music like that. because they have quiet ambient music in the background that you can bring your family out and have a conversation at the table at normal speaking levels. And it's not a party club atmosphere. And I think the thing is that we're trying to pretend it's a restaurant. We know it's a club. I mean, we know, and we just haven't zoned for that. It's not that that's a bad thing, and it's not that you're not trying, because clearly you are. Obviously, I think Mr. Gomez has said repeatedly that you've, really worked and made a lot of changes and tried to cooperate with the city as much as you can. But at the end of the day, we have to think, is this zoning experiment working for the biggest number of people in the city? And I think we just are finding it's offering a lot more complexities than it is offering benefits for most people. And I do understand there's a lot more, I've worked in food and beverage for years and years. There's a much bigger markup on alcohol than there is on food. If you're selling 100% food and no alcohol, your profit margin is going to be, you're lucky if you get up to 3%. It's really hard to make money that way. Much easier to make money in alcohol. I know what those markups are, but you would have to pick up sales quite a bit, open at 7 and start doing a full breakfast. I mean, there's lots of lines at this new Hot Betty's in Tucker because everybody wants breakfast at all hours. I mean, there's lots of opportunities to change it, but these hours serving alcohol right in the places we have designated for it just is not working. And obviously, more than one establishment, it's more operating as a club or a bar. And we just didn't plan for bar. We didn't zone for bar.
Councilwoman Hopkins. Council, do we have anyone else to make a comment? Council. Okay. Hearing none, thank you all for your input and your comments. Thank you, Mr. Jimmy, for your responses and your replies back when we've asked, and appreciate that. And so again, we will vote on this item next week. So with that, we will close out this agenda item. Thank you. And we will move on to H7, which is to adopt resolution authorizing, among other things, the issuance and sales of a tax anticipation note in the principal amount of $500,000. Mr. Gomez.
Mayor and Council, this item historically has been an annual item wherein, due to the timing of when we receive the majority of our general fund revenue, the city has participated with the council approval to borrow essentially money to cover the gap as to when we again receive the majority of our revenue. As I've stated many times, we receive again our insurance premium tax, our property taxes, the overwhelming majority, and our electric franchise fee revenues mainly between October into January. So that does leave us with a little bit of a cash flow issue during the latter part of the summer. We have gone, in the time I've been here, from 750,000, this request in the amount of 750,000 in 2019 to 600,000 last year to 500,000 this year. It is, I have stated in the past, specifically during this agenda item, that it is obviously, it was our goal to eventually stop doing this once, and there are a couple of solutions to do it, but the main one being that we would have to have enough cash throughout the year and essentially enough to have a reserve within the general fund, which we currently do not. So we are requesting, again, due to the time difference, that we go through this process and request from our bank, BB&T or Truist Bank, for this tax anticipation of the amount of $500,000 to allow us to stay solvent until we receive the majority of our revenue. As is listed on the item, we received an interest rate of 2.09% with an anticipated closing date for this note as on July the 15th. Again, it is all due back and payable with interest, which is approximately just under $5,000 by December 31st. Additionally, we have an attorney that processes this for us for a fee of $5,000. So the total cost of the tax anticipation note, just over $9,800. Be happy to answer any questions, and I think Mr. Defnall, our finance director, is also available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. And this is pretty standard that we do every year. Council, did you have any questions or concerns? Okay, hearing none. Mr. Gomez, did we have any comments from the public?
No, we did not have anyone sign up. I don't see any hands raised.
Okay. And again, one last time, any comments from the council? Hearing none, this item is closed. Thank you all. And we again will vote on this next week. The next one is H8, which is discuss repealing the mask mandate. Councilman Carroll.
Yes, so I was one of the sponsors of the mask mandate when it was originally put in place last year when the pandemic first started. And at that time, the CDC guidance was to require masks, particularly within indoor areas and when you're not able to socially distance outside. Since then, I believe the CDC guidance has changed and they're now no longer recommending mask mandates if you're vaccinated. And I think just about all the other cities and the counties around us that have mask mandates have since removed them. DeKalb, I know, has taken off theirs, and many of the other cities that previously had mask mandates have now removed their mask mandates. So I think it's appropriate for us to consider doing that as well. And this would still require the public to remain masked when they enter a city building. So for example, something like the court or something like a city council meeting once we go back in person, because some people have to be there involuntarily. So I think it's reasonable to require masks in those situations. But if you're entering into a private business, it's up to that business whether or not they require masks. And I would still recommend that people wear masks, particularly if you're not vaccinated. But I think we're past the point in the pandemic where we necessarily need to mandate it for everyone inside when they're outdoors or when they're inside private businesses.
Thank you. And Councilman Perkins, did you have any other comments for this one?
Yes, I think it's, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I do think it's a good for us to continue to review things like this. And I think it's, unless anyone was hibernating for the last year, public trust and public health, it's been unfortunately a very political thing. And so I think reviewing our ordinances, reviewing our policies that we have as a city, and trying to keep as updated as possible with current medical advice, I think is a prudent decision. Again, it's a delicate balance between opening the door to conspiratorial thinking and making sure that we protect our citizens as well. And so I agree with what Councilman Carroll stated. I think it would be an appropriate level of opening up some things for freedom outdoors, but then also maintaining a level of safety, as we know. We're not asking people to show their vaccination record, we also know that I think the last I read, they were still saying that there's a higher chance of COVID spread indoors than outdoors. So I think updating our policies to match that, saying, hey, we're not just trying to clamp down on all of your freedoms, but we want to have an appropriate level of protection for members of our city makes a lot of sense. So that's all I'll say on that for now.
Thank you. Council, did you have any comments at this time or question? I see Councilwoman Hopkins. Please proceed.
I think rather than just withdraw it completely, keeping it in alignment with the CDC guidelines. And I know this would work pretty much on the trust system because people aren't walking around with their vaccination cards, but to say that those who are fully vaccinated do not need to wear a mask indoors would set the better record. I just flipped over to the DeKalb County Department of Public Health website, and of all of the zip codes in DeKalb County, there's only 3 that have the COVID-19 infection rate increasing by 5% or more, and 30021 is one of those 3. So our COVID rate is actually still going up in Clarkston, contrary to the rest of most of the county. So I think that maybe we should just, and as I said, people aren't going to be, going up and saying, well, you don't have a mask on, let me see your vaccination card and make sure you're vaccinated. But rather than just saying, okay, it's safe now, everybody drop your masks, because I think that's sending a message that's not true. And that maybe we should just say, you're not required to wear a mask indoors if you're fully vaccinated.
Let me make sure I'm clear. Yes, Councilman Perkins.
I just wanted to address that. I think we're still wanting to keep the mandate for masks indoors, but I believe currently the ordinance is for all of Clarkston, and so we would still ask that people wear masks when attending a public meeting, or when inside a building, unless they were dining. And some of this is people are kind of doing that anyway. I think is something that we should take into consideration as well. But we wouldn't be lifting this for people to go into buildings, especially not public meetings, without having a mask on. That is, we've had concerns raised about that, even in terms of returning to in-person meetings as a council. So just want to make sure that was clear.
Vice Mayor Yasu.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I certainly agree that we are not still out of the woods when we talking about the pandemic. And however, I still have the same feeling about this ordinance. I just don't agree with the way it is worded. Calling in a mandate and putting a fine in it, that was really something that I was not in favor of. And I think we should continue encouraging people, and maybe we need to make it a mandate only in the city property or government building. But outside the government building, I think that should be encouraging, advisory, or and we need to continue definitely encouraging people. We definitely need to repeal the fine. We need to take out the fine from, and I am pretty sure we can ask our city chief, and I'm just curious if we ever find anybody anyway. And I know this was not really gonna be easy to implement, but I think we just need to get rid of the fines, and we need to rephrase it as encouraging and mandate only within the city, within government building, including city council meeting or any city functions. I think even if outdoor, people, they will be strongly encouraged to wear a mask if they're going to be in big groups. I understand the CDC says for people who have had a shot, they can, but again, I don't see the reason for me to be too confident just because I had a shot, and a lot of people who still can get it even if they have a shot too. So I think we need to continue encouraging people to be vigilant, and but at the same time we need to make it educational. Instead of telling people I'm going to fine you, we need to tell them that it's a lot better for us to be vigilant and be careful and take care of ourselves. So the way it was worded, I just felt it wasn't appropriate previously. So we need to remove, obviously, the fines. There should be no fine for people. But if somebody doesn't want to wear a mask within a city council meeting, probably they should be removed by the city police, obviously, because we just don't want to create a way where a loophole for anybody to feel uncomfortable in the city council meeting, whether somebody's got a shot or not. I think we definitely need to make sure that people wear masks indoors, especially within city council meetings and city functions. That's what my take on this is. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Yasu. So let me ask you a question. To your point, Vice Mayor Yasu, let's say we do make it where it's a mandate in the city council chambers for meetings, and we have someone who is a repeat offender who consistently does not want to wear a mask. Then what then is that penalty? We just keep throwing them out, or what is the penalty? You're on mute. You're on mute.
I'm sorry. Well, I feel it should be taken as any other violation of residents. If somebody is behaving improperly, he gets removed, and even if he does it repeatedly, he gets removed. I mean, you can't. If somebody keep doing something which is contrary to city council rules or city rules, I mean, they should not be allowed. They should be removed, I believe. But I think we definitely could discuss this more, and let's see if there is a better way of handling it. But to me, I just feel I think it's a lot better to have it for city events. If we had it for everywhere, including indoors, even in private businesses, I think we can do it for city government buildings. The federal government have the same thing, I believe. I'm not sure if they removed it or not, but I see no reason not to wear a mask. I always wear a mask, even if I've already had COVID, even if I had antibodies. I don't feel comfortable not going out without a mask. And so I just feel, I think we definitely need to work with our residents and talk to our residents and encourage them, educate them, tell them they need to continue wearing a mask. But I'm not sure how we're going to handle it. I'm not going to support arresting people for not wearing a mask, but people should definitely not be allowed indoors whenever, especially when we have a council meeting where we have a lot of people coming indoors and we have a lot of elders. Even if they have vaccinated, they could be at risk. I wouldn't feel comfortable to have, even though I was a big supporter of having a city council meeting at the city hall, I wouldn't feel comfortable allowing people not to wear a mask, even if they had a shot. I'm really not. I'm sorry, because I heard, I'm not a scientist, but I heard that people who got a shot, they can still pass it to other people who didn't have a shot. So I don't know.